Tonight I wanna show you off. What you got? A billion could've never bought. We gonna party like it's 30-12 tonight. I wanna show you all the finer things in life. So just forget about the world we on tonight. I'm coming for ya, I'm coming for ya. 'Cause who can make my life complete. It's all about you. When the music makes you move, baby, do it like you do. Coming for ya, 'cause all I need is a beauty and a beat who can make my life complete. It's all in time, in line, they just couldn't get on my incline. World tours, it's mine. 10 little letters in a big sign. Carries, you know I'ma hit 'em with the ether. Buns out, Rena, but I gotta keep an eye out for Selena. Beauty and the beast, beauty from the east, beautiful confessions the priest, beast, beauty from the streets. They don't get a taste every time beauty on the beat. Body rock. I wanna feel your body rock.
It's a good song, what can I say?
'Cause all I need is a beauty and a beat who can make my life complete.
This one goes out to Towel Girlfriend. It's got some good drops too. There's one more. Nailed it. That is called a drop. Good intro. Hello, good morning. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. How you doing? I mean, listen, I couldn't interrupt the song. What do you want? It's Towel News. You know, people like the song, and we're listening to the song. I'm not going to interrupt the song. Plus, if you can nail the drop with your hand, that's pretty impressive. You got a sense when the drop's coming, you know what I'm saying? You got to nail the drop. Why does Towel Girlfriend not have an emoji? We'll make Towel Girlfriend an emoji. That's a good idea. Hello, Towel Girlfriend. You're wonderful. How you doing? It's actually why I'm live right now. I gotta, I'm gonna spend some time with Towel Girlfriend later, so I gotta go live now. I can't control developments in the war. We're already like 2 days behind. This is Towel News. Good morning. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I have an energy drink. I'm quite excitable this morning. I'm an excitable little towel. I missed you all. How have you been? It's been quite a few days. Quite a few interesting hours of the past few days. I know Thunderstruck was quite apropos. Towel unloaded on him on Attorney Melanie Little stream. That was great. And I'm going to do an interview with Emily C. Then I'm going to unload on him even more. You think the interview with Attorney Melanie Little was great? We were talking 30,000 foot elevation. Listen, you want to go down to the local level in Canton? Oh, listen, I'm going to tee up the softball, swing at it like I'm at that softball field over by the convenience store at that roundabout in Canton. You don't understand. I'm going to hit that ball so far you're not going to see it come down until tomorrow. And I'm going to call my shot too. Towel Babe Ruth, what do you want from me? I'm in a mood. So anyway, I tried to explain to you that no matter what I'm covering, I treat it like James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake. So it's a little bit of like stream of consciousness, but mostly it's very intentional, recursive, dialectical, historical circles. It's meant to tie up in a bow. It's meant to cover very large swaths of history. And it's meant to be neatly compartmentalized through analogy and literary sort of dialectics. And that's the point. It's an active philosophy of history, which is not to say it's philosophy. It is just history encoded in the recursive dialectic, which is how I cover things. Tried to explain it to you all. Oh, Madeline, God bless you. Madeline says, Grant, you are amazing. Loved your collab with Melanie Little. I appreciate your giant heart and morals. Oh, God bless you. Madeline, I attribute that to Jesus, Immanuel Kant, and John Rawls. So I like Jesus, I like Immanuel Kant, and I like John Rawls. So I kind of do like a very Jesus-inspired active political philosophy. I like to do philosophy. So I like to take Jesus's structure, especially Matthew 25:31 through 46, and I like to apply those morals benevolently through public relations and applied epistemology. So it's authentic public relations, educate, inform, and entertain, with the goal of engendering cogent public discourse and warding off the usurpation of history and the emergence of authentic dialectics on the pages of history, and also the forms of government around the world, such that we can have actual functioning, beneficial utilization of our human and non-human resources on the planet, and allow us all to reach our summum bonum or eudaimonia, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively. There's a purpose to all this. It's applied epistemology, ladies and gentlemen. You're learning. Just because it's fun doesn't mean you can't learn things. Anyway, so yeah, I think it's great. I've tried to tell you all when I cover a story, the point of it is to do it like the Wake, inform. I'm trying to recursively tell the same story over and over and over and over again, so that you get the nuances of it. And it's not meant to be as inaccessible as the Wake or Ulysses. It's meant to be very accessible. But at the same time, you should understand, it's like good jazz. All of my coverage, when you first start listening to it, there's going to be silences that an attuned reader, much like reading Great Expectations the second time, you're going to know it's Magwitch. Okay, so the silences are going to be hints. It rewards you for what you bring to the material. And so, like an informed listener is going to hear the silence and be like, oh, that's the high note of the coverage. As you get more and more attuned, and as I get closer and closer to the end of coverage of a specific story, you're going to hear me remove the silence and give it to you like a roar. The people who are already listening and who really like jazz, by analogy, will have already known a lot of this. But the people who appreciate a more direct, like over-the-head approach, they're going to be blown away. And that's what's happening right now. Phil, hello, how are you, dear friend? It's so good to see you. Good morning, Grant. Wrestling trivia. Did you know that Taylor Swift used to babysit Jeff Jarrett's children back in the day? Phil, God bless you. Oh, we had a super chat combo. Very rarely do you see a super chat combo. You gotta like time the super chat, so that's wonderful. Phil, I can tell you that I do know the answer, but only because while I was doing the interview with Melanie Little, I saw you comment in the chat, Phil. So I know that, but only because of you. How's that for a recursive historical dialectic? Good morning, Chris. It's so good to see you. God bless you. Thank you for your support of Towel Channel. I'm doing all right. I am a little bit apprehensive about the Middle East, but I'm feeling in a conquest mode. Oh, who's this? Brenda, how are you? TNN is taking over the internet, and I'm here for it. Well, thank you very much for supporting Towel Channel, and enjoy your towel-based emojis. They're really wonderful. All right, so I'm feeling a little bit triumphant, not because, a lot of people are paying attention, but because the whole thing that I tried to do was write the wake. Okay, I just wanted people to understand the comprehensive nature of the way I cover stories. That doesn't take away from anyone else's coverage. In fact, the only way I can do this work is because so many other people put time into covering things. I just put the pieces together and present the narrative in an authentic way. Okay, so in that way, I'm thrilled. Okay, because I believe that we're authentically moving forward in the context of the coverage of the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, Turtle Boy, Sandra Birchmore, etc. cases. We're authentically moving forward towards an inflection point in history that will allow us to break free of this artificial, predominant Michael Morrissey and Brian Tully driven thesis, by analogy in the Hegelian context, into a synthesis that is a reflection of the public will. Don't think for 1 second that Adam Deitch running for Norfolk DA was a coincidence. The federal government threw down the challenge. Leah Foley in her office, I believe, threw down the challenge to the citizens in Norfolk County. They said, you talk a big game about reform. You really want it? Show us. And then we'll deliver you the justice that you so long for. All right? That's what I think's going on. So anyway, watching that group, just as a preemptory remark here on Towel News, we're at 9:53 a.m. at the war desk here in Boston, which would make it, 3:53 p.m. in South Africa, 4:53 p.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 5:23 p.m. in Tehran, Iran on this Thursday, July 23rd, 2026. All right, so watching those people flash out yesterday through Boston Magazine was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. You can't take Adam Deitch out with a hit piece in a magazine that suburban moms read in the 1990s, bro. You don't understand. Like, you're 4 months too late. Dude, you're not even close. His name recognition is akin to statewide candidates. I would dare to say he's the only American domestic district attorney candidate with name recognition in other countries. Not to mention other states. You're out of your mind. And you think you're going to take him down with a lackadaisical House of Cards style piece in a magazine for suburban house moms? What 1990s faux documentary is this? Somebody call Spinal Tap and tell them that they don't have a place in 2026. What is this? Detective Starsky and Hutch? We're gonna reinvigorate MacGyver? Oh my god. Oh my god. Talk about a day late and a dollar short. All right. I got all mad. You don't understand. I got all mad. I'll talk about this more at another time. I got war coverage to do. I got all mad at Gretchen Voss because she knows her connection to Kate Peter absolutely must be disclosed, especially in light of what Judge Belzaios was talking about in court. All right, earlier this week? It's been a long week. All right? She's got to disclose that. Kate Peter, pursuant to Rule 14 and Heibel v. U.S. from the 8th Circuit, in my opinion, is a government agent, a member of the prosecution team, in other words. And Gretchen Voss has a material connection and is working on a Netflix documentary with Kate Peter, and she doesn't disclose it in the article. It's a disgrace. I'm calling the Committee to Protect Journalists, and I'm going to complain. I'm going to say Gretchen Voss has insulted the legacy of Ida Tarbell and Lincoln Steffens. She spat on the face of the vocation that I love, and I demand satisfaction. That's what I'm going to say to him. I'm going to get all mad. So anyway, then people got so mad, Gretchen Voss got ratioed, and then she trended on Twitter. You never want, when the trend is Gretchen Voss, you screwed up. Like, out the gate as a journo, when you are the story, unless it's like you did like a 4-year investigative piece like Dan Moldea or something like that. When you are the story, that's a problem. And when people are saying, like, right out the gate, like, we can't even begin to talk about this article because the journalist didn't disclose material conflicts of interest with members of the prosecution team that she's writing about. It's outrageous. Boston Magazine's probably having a crisis meeting today, like, what have we done? David Yannetti, listen, you think I like to roar? You want to see somebody roar? Wait till David Yannetti, like, calms down and, like, adequately decides to respond to that. Oh my God, he's going to light her up. It's going to be great. Listen, you don't want to make me mad, all right? Because the difference between someone with power and someone with no power is someone with no power brags about their influence. Okay, real gangsters move in silence, and real gangsters run the world. The reason I have my initials tattooed on the back of my skull. All right, anybody who's bragging about their influence doesn't have any. My God, maybe after you make the play, you talk about it. But no, absolutely not, and these people are going to hear me roar. I'm close. We're very close. It's so close. Wait till you hear what's coming. It's glorious. It's more glorious than any of you can imagine. Listen. It's so epic. I feel triumphant. I feel big. You know, not large like I eat. You know, I feel big like Lil Wayne. You know what I'm talking about? Oh yeah, it's coming. It's coming. It's finally time. It's going to be so epic. You don't understand. So yeah, that was quite a night. I was roaring. Listen, I don't like hit pieces, alright? Play fair. If you can't win on the merits, shut up. I don't mean to be so direct, but seriously. You're walking into the realm of someone who studies Adorno and Horkheimer, okay? You are doing PR. I studied the origin of your discipline. And I took the tactics, reversed them, weaponized them, and packaged them in benevolent news. So, what are you doing? There's no tactic you can run, whether from the Bernaysian school or otherwise, that I'm not going to see coming. Because you're reading a book. And I literally studied the foundations of the discipline. So what are you going to do? Where you could throw millions at PR and you're still going to lose immediately out the gate because critical theory is more powerful than public relations. That's the reality. You ever read Chapter 8 of Dialectic of the Enlightenment? It's on the culture industry. It's really good. So anyway, I got all mad at Gretchen Voss because, listen. At least Christina Rex is cool. All right, she's a boss lady. You don't want to mess with Christina Rex. She's going to take over the world one day. She's going to be in the White House pool when I'm the president. And be like, okay, Christina, what question do you have for me today? We're going to have fireside chats. It's going to be great. And Clerk Margaret's going to be the Secretary of Commerce. She's going to be a little confused by that. Don't tell her that's coming, okay? It's a secret, okay? When the president asks you to become Secretary of Commerce, even if you're Clerk Margaret, you don't ask questions, okay? The country is calling you to serve. She's going to be the Secretary of Commerce. And I already know her first question is going to be, why me? And I'm going to be like, because it can't get any worse than Howard Lutnick. She's going to laugh, and then I'm going to be like, too late, you agreed to do this now. I got plans, ladies and gentlemen. I got plans. And this is just the intro. Alright? We got war news to catch up on. But anyway, you're going to hear more from me in the next coming months. I have things to say. They've been pent up for years, and I'm almost ready to roar. You know, sometimes when you're up against an elephant or a Shrek, and you're a lion, the best approach is not to bite them. Because they're probably, you know, first of all, like, they're wearing armor, like, naturally. And second of all, if you bite them, they're probably going to stomp on you. So, the best thing to do is kind of like wrap up their legs in rope. Okay? And then, when the elephant doesn't realize, because it can't really look down at its legs, it goes to walk, and oops, it fell over. You know? Whoops. And that's how you take down the elephant. But you got to be very careful. Because while you're walking those ropes around the elephant's feet, the elephant can lash out. You know, it has big hoofs, you know, and it can just stamp down on you. So you got to kind of go slow. You know, you wrap, and you got to use a lot of ropes, because imagine the elephant is like, you know, 40 tons, and it's being controlled by Shrek, okay, who's also like 20 tons, by analogy, okay? So, in that regard, you just take the rope, you know, you anchor the rope to the ground in a bunch of different places. You got to get a lot of ropes. And then you just kind of, you got to go slow. You don't want the elephant to see you coming. You just want the elephant to think it's doing its thing. You know, it's the big guy on campus or big Shrek on campus. And then you just weave the ropes. And when you actually pull the ropes, there's so many of them, the elephant just falls over. That's how it works. Hello, Kevin from South Boston. Brandon, how crazy it says, thank you for your support. How crazy is it that in November 2024, I posted that FKR traded Sean McDonough to the Alberts for Grant and a 5th round pick? You nailed it. But let me just tell you, it was never a trade. I think Sean McDonough was the center, along with Kate Peter, of the operation to run people who were fake FKR and fake Pro Turtle Boy. I think it was Sean's up. I can see it. Alright? And in terms of who actually did it, I mean, I think I know who his operatives were. It's not that hard to see, like, who came around in the spring and summer and fall of 2023. I wasn't born yesterday. But yeah, like I said, you know, I'm not saying the elephant's falling over, but, like, she's, like, tipping. Okay? And it's too late now. Like, once the rope is pulled, you can't right the elephant. Like, you're either riding that elephant down to the ground, or you're jumping off the elephant. Alright? And that elephant's about to crash to earth very, very loudly, and there's going to be a lot of dust. Yeah. Some people like hunting wabbits. Not really my thing, man. Not really my thing. I'll leave that to Bugs Bunny. I prefer hunting elephants. Not literally, I don't like weapons. But, you know, by analogy, I like hunting elephants. If I'm going to bring something down, it's got to be an elephant. It's got to be a big problem, and it's got to be causing a lot of damage when it's stomping around, all like a, you know, out of control, whatever it is, elephant. I know, this is very linguistically refined, obviously. I'm doing really well here. So yeah. But yeah, sometimes, as a journalist, you have to always believe authentically in your position. You know, which for me is mostly helping the vulnerable. And then let the facts take you where they may. And then if you see something really bad going on, and you're close to it, like, know how to keep yourself alive, and know how to keep yourself, you know, safe. But do whatever you got to do to get the story and the truth out there. Because if they took a journalist and manipulated them, they'll do it to anyone. So get them. But use your proximity to get information. And at a certain point in time, like, I never had to manipulate anyone. I was always straightforward. I was like, yeah, I'm going to get him. Like, I know Sandra Birchmore's murder was covered up, so I'm going to get him. I'm going to get the state police unit. And I was never hiding the ball on that. right? But eventually, like, they should have seen it coming. They're kind of dumb. Which is, they're dumb and cocky, which is the best combination if you're looking into someone. Because Rockefeller and those guys, they were dumb. They were cocky but smart and rich. These people are dumb, cocky, and rich, which is the, like, young, like, fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, regardless of how much money you have. So it makes them susceptible to being brought down. Like, they think they're too smart for their own good, and they look down on people to their detriment, but you can use it against them. So, yeah, you will eventually hear this full story. Like, these people were very dumb. They exposed themselves to a lot of liability by virtue of their cockiness. But we got to talk about the war. That was your intro. I went for 30 minutes about the chaos that was the past 3 days. Now we got to get caught up on the war, which had its own set of chaos going on. So I'm going to take you back to July 21st. That was when we left each other off, and I'm going to show you Kuwait. The state of Kuwait is under such heavy bombardment that by today, the border crossing with Iraq, south of Basra, was shut down. Okay, so that was the sirens. Then there were interceptions over Kuwait. Now I'm going to show you the Iranian Revolutionary Guard base in Shiraz that was hit during the day on the 21st. Save the wild horses, save the goats. That's a good Sublime song, Kevin from South Boston, I agree. This is Shiraz, Iran, on the 21st. You cover this better than any major news network. Well, God bless you all. That's why I'm so honored to be with you. I'm sorry we had to pigeonhole our war coverage into the morning slot for breakfast, but I'd like to spend some time with our girlfriend later, and then we'll go live again later once you hear what's going on, because chaos is about to break out. Now, it was reported on the 21st that the Israeli embassy building in Bahrain was hit. I can confirm that there was a building hosting U.S. troops that was hit on the 21st in Bahrain. Here's the footage. Whether this is the Israeli embassy building, I don't know. I've never been to the Israeli embassy in Bahrain. I've never been to Bahrain, and personally, I don't plan on going there anytime soon. Someone I was talking to actually was in the airport at a layover in Bahrain, and they were like, Grant, how did you know I just got an alert on my phone about missiles in Bahrain? Like, I read your tweet before I got the text, and I was like, well, I'm a tackle. So anyway, that kind of freaked me out a little bit. The dude's like in the Bahraini airport, transiting through the Middle East, messaging me, being like, Grant, I saw your tweet before I got the text message telling me that there's missiles incoming to Bahrain. That was a little rough. Now I'm going to take you to Shiraz. This was the 21st, that night. I showed you the daytime strike. This was the nighttime strike in Shiraz. Shiraz. Shiraz, Iran on the 21st. This was some pretty extensive damage. This was before we rolled out the B2s last night. This was the 21st. So this is when we last left off, okay? America has hit Iran 11 nights in a row. You're looking at the 9th into the 10th night, or the 8th into the 9th. We have 2 or 3 days to get caught up on. This is Shiraz. That's a missile site burning from under the earth. Yes, indeed. Yeah, so there's a reason oil is hit. I know a lot of you have been watching oil prices spike and saying, Grant, something's very wrong. Yep, you're not wrong. Something is very wrong. And it's because we're about to break into major escalation. But I have to take you through what got us there. So first of all, you must understand, that is the mountain, there's not a wildfire on that mountain. There are no trees on that mountain. That is in Iran. That is an underground missile complex burning from under the granite. You are looking at a fire that is like a volcano smoldering through the rock. So I don't even know obviously neither side's going to talk about this stuff. I don't know, quite frankly, what you have to do to burn a mountain from the inside out, but it's got to be pretty brutal. So just so you know, this was 2 nights. This was not, we hadn't even broke out the big bombers last night, and we were already doing this to them 2 nights ago. And every time you see an Iranian attack, remember, the strikes in Iran are way more intense than are being reported by CENTCOM. They're showing pictures of hitting like a dilapidated like front loader, like an empty like fishing boat. Like, no, bro, we are lighting up their missile facilities under the mountains, lighting them up to the point where they're burning. We must have invented some new kind of missile, because as far as I know, we don't have the capacity to do this. There are bunker buster bombs that will compress tunnels and things like that, but I don't know of anything that has the well, I don't want to say what I know of that could do that, but there are very specific weapons that you would need to cause a granite mountain in Shiraz to burn from under the rock. Like volcanoes cause that. Okay, that's not a volcano. You're actually looking at a mountain, a granite mountain in Shiraz burning because a missile silo complex under it has been destroyed. Yeah. Justice said what I was thinking. There is one weapon that can cause that. No, let me actually pull back. There is one weapon that I know of, having studied this for the whole war, that can do that. There might be weapons I don't know of, which would make a lot of sense, seeing as I'm not a ballistic missile expert and I don't have a security clearance and I don't really want one, because I'd like to report on what's happening, and if I knew that stuff, I couldn't do this. So that's how you know, like, I'm just a reporter. They would not let me do this, I promise you. That, whatever that is, or they wouldn't even let me speculate on this. I'm not even kidding you. They would not. It's not okay unless you're just analyzing primary source footage and you have no security clearance at all. That's the only way you can do this. That looks like either a new type of weapon I've never heard of, or a small yield tactical battlefield nuclear weapon. It could be. Now, that's why I'm saying I can't tell you with certainty in any regard what caused that. I've seen it from multiple angles, so I know that is legitimate. It's from July 21st at night in Shiraz. I know it happened. But I don't know what caused it, and that's not good. Most explosions that we look at, we can kind of trace, especially the experts in the chat. They'll be able to say, oh, that was dropped from, that was like a missile fired from a ship, or a missile fired from an airplane, or a bomb dropped from an airplane. All very different things. This, I don't think anyone can tell you. They might be able to speculate what could do it, but I don't think we know what could, like maybe a laser-based weapon, I suppose, but I've never seen one fired, so I don't even know what that looks like. What is it, Dr. Evil controlling it? This is Shiraz, Iran, Tiffany Bob. So you're looking 2 nights ago. This is the clearest footage I can get. You're looking 2 nights ago, July 21st, 2026, nighttime in Iran, at Shiraz's missile complex under a very large mountain. Not a small mountain. That's a big mountain. And what's burning is not, there's no trees or structures on the mountain. You must understand. That is like a sand-covered mountain in Iran. There's nothing on that mountain. Everything you're looking at burning is burning from within the mountain up through the rock. So I don't know what could even do that. I've never seen a mountain burn from the inside before. And I've covered this war every single day since the beginning. We've seen almost everything, as Tiffany Bob knows and others know. And what you're looking at is so abnormal. And no one's talking about it. The U.S. isn't talking about it. Iran's not talking about it. It's so abnormal that it actually reflects a drastic escalation that would explain why Iran has been bombing the ever-loving hell out of Kuwait and Bahrain and Qatar and Saudi Arabia and Oman. They bombed Amazon's data center yesterday in Bahrain, in Manama, the capital. We did something very bad to them. I just don't know what it is. That's the worst part of this. I can't tell you what that is. Dehydrated Water said there are bombs that get up to over 6,000 degrees Celsius, which is 3 times hotter than lava. Wow, is that like a thermite type bomb? Actually, let me give you a little bit of input. I don't know anything about this. I am not, as I said, a ballistic missile expert. I'm a geopolitical expert, probably, but I'm not a ballistic missile expert. I only know what I've learned during this war and a little bit of what I learned from 2023 until now, covering the region. I've heard of what's called thermite and similar explosives, like ordnances. It's a very strange chemical. It's like almost like a plaster or like putty, and it burns hotter than anything that I've ever heard of. It's a military grade explosive that only has applications in war. It doesn't have, maybe they use it for some things, okay, a lower grade version of it. But what we're talking about, this type of thermite, there's only one use for that, and it's in the military. I've heard of it used to like blow up, like to breach. I've heard of it used in breach charges for doors that are like blast resistant doors. Oh, and I've heard of it used to like get into like a safe. Like you can use it to cut through metal. It's like a blowtorch on steroids, basically. Keith, you are 100% right. It's rocket fuel, like, actually causing the secondary explosions. What we're trying to piece together, and which I don't have an answer for. Maybe Keith is definitely an expert, so you might have some insight. I don't know what type of bomb, outside of, like, a thermite-based bomb or a tactical battlefield nuke, or we've also put space lasers on the table just because who the hell knows at this point. What could actually penetrate a mountain and cause it to burn from underneath? Because there's no structures or trees on that mountain. That's in Shiraz. And that is a missile site. I know that is a missile site. Neo Mortal Girl, it definitely has the look of like oil, because from the rocket fuel burn off, but there's no oil or like refineries on that mountain. There might be like oil storage tanks under the mountain, like in the missile complex, but yeah, we might have deployed a very serious type of weapon. So I don't really know. I wish I could tell you more, but I do think you should mark this moment, because we're not going to find out, as you know, because of the fog of war for a long time, what happened in Shiraz on the 21st. But just remember this picture if things do kick off, because there's sometimes a latency between when the attack happens on Iran and when they do their actual retaliation. So, yeah. Setting aside where else you may have heard of thermite, if you look it up, you're going to see it's used. It's not this like secret thing. There are applications of thermite in the civilian context, but actual military grade thermite that could potentially, I suppose, burn through granite. I guess that's probably the best explanation I've heard offered. And I want to take a second to actually like enforce how like bad this is. I've heard of thermobarbaric munitions. CNIVAJ. Thank you very much for those, Jules. You're wonderful. Thermobarbaric would be a low yield nuke, though, wouldn't it? What if we deployed something that was closer to like a Moab, but with an incendiary, like thermite based warhead? Could you do that? I don't know. You all probably might know more than me. Oh, it's definitely fuel cook-off. There's no doubt we're looking at fuel cooking off up through the mountain. What we're trying to figure out, and this is how like extraordinary the imagery is. We're trying to figure out what could cause a like underground missile base to burn up through the mountain. Like what type of munition fired by the Americans could cause that. Well, no, Kevin from South Boston, you'd be surprised. There are people in this chat who are veterans or have various knowledge from the military or from other countries that have knowledge of the military, their militaries, and they know way more about munitions than me. Because I'm not. To be a ballistic missile expert or munitions expert, you have to either have been in the military or study ballistic missiles. And if you're studying ballistic missiles as an academic, you are in the defense industrial apparatus. You can't just do it as a civilian. I only know about it. I know like a little about echolocation because of my academic background. I was able to translate like natural language processing and machine learning into the study of patents related to echolocation for missile detection. But outside of someone like that randomly being able to and I have a lot of technical knowledge about like computers and algorithms and like how computers think. Without being able to do that, there's no way that you could even have like a base of understanding to begin to approach ballistic missiles. You need to be fully trained. Not just missiles, but like warhead yields and like thermite and thermobarbaric like warheads and like tipped warheads. You have to really know your stuff. And I will be the first to tell you that I don't. And I don't want to. I'm happy to learn, but I'm not an expert. It seems very well sealed and has breached the bedrock. Oh yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that the only reason we're even watching that type of conflagration burn through the bedrock is because the ordnance that hit the missile city under the bedrock hit a sealed, like whole entire sealed chamber full of missiles. And I don't know how, like those facilities are not buried like right under the bedrock. They're very deep, because they built them with an understanding that we have bunker busters and can penetrate soft and hard rock to a certain degree. Hard rock only like 15 meters as far as I know, but that picture tells me we can penetrate like 50 to 90 meters into hard rock. That's wild. Look it up. Look, there is no example that I'm aware of in history of a bomb penetrating more than 15 meters into granite. Ever recorded anywhere on Earth. There is a bomb that can do it, but there's no non-nuclear warhead weapon that I know of that can penetrate deeper than 15 meters into granite. And I assure you that mountain is granite. And I assure you that they penetrated like 90 meters under that mountain and caused it to burn through the bedrock. You can drill 20 to 30 feet per bunker buster. Chris, that makes sense. If you hit it with a bunch of bunker busters in the same exact location, like 15 meters at a time through the granite drilling, I like your suggestion. And the reason I'm throwing this all out there is we're going to get an answer. I promise you. I know how the fog of war works. Like a month from now, you're going to hear about what we did to that facility, and one of you is going to be right. I promise you. I promise you one of you is going to be right. Explorer, so good to see you. You are a towel. How you doing? Bathwater Basin asks, where is that picture? No, that's not Pickaxe. Pickaxe is a different area of Iran. This is Shiraz. It is a ballistic missile facility under that mountain. Now, the reason I can geolocate this is one picture isn't enough, ever, to confirm anything. 2 pictures is getting there. So this is the second angle I have. And what you can see from that angle is, do you see how the fire is burning on like a pattern that you can't really, it doesn't make sense? You see how it's like it pulling itself in on a line almost? I think it actually is, that's the outline of the missile city, from what I can understand. And I think what we did was destroyed the whole thing. That is burning up through the mountain, and the outline that you're seeing is the like walls of the containment area that we breached. That's the best I can discern. Yeah, no, Neo Mortal Girl, don't get me wrong. There's no like oil on the mountain, but what you are seeing is fuel burning. That's why it looks like a fuel spill. There is actual solid and liquid ballistic missile fuel burning. It is oil burning through the bedrock. So yes, it's an oil spill, but it's not like nobody dropped oil on the mountain and burned it. There is a fire burning through the bedrock, 100%. Oh yeah, but see, this is what makes it so like hard to discern. You really got to know how the missiles work. Iran has solid and liquid fueled ballistic missiles. That fuel is oil. It's very, very, what's the word? Conducive to combusting. It's very unstable, but it is oil. It's fuel, and it would look exactly like that. It would look like oil burning on the ocean, basically. But you're looking at a picture that your brain can't process because you don't have any reference, none of us do, for what it would look like if a granite mountain were burning from inside. It may very well be one of the first times anyone has seen anything like this ever. Oh yeah, Chris, there's definite, and just, Chris, that's a great insight. I want to reiterate it. And I know I'm harping on this, but I really want you all to just make a mental note in case we do find out this is way worse than initially reported. This was the 21st of July, 2026 at night in Shiraz, Iran. Chris makes a good point. A lot of people, like maybe from America, are going to be like, Grant, we have mountains, dude. That's like a brush fire. No, there's no trees. There's no brush. That's a sand dune. It's Iran. It's like 100 degrees Fahrenheit on a good day in Shiraz right now. It's the summer. There's no trees. There never were any trees. There never will be any trees on that mountain. Trees cannot live. Do you know what it's like in Saudi Arabia? You think there's any trees? They can only live next to the water. All CENTCOM has done this whole conflict is lie. You're not wrong, Soulless. But I've also, let me be clear. I have seen during this war everyone lie. Every single side of this conflict has lied multiple times. I've watched them black out information, hide it from their citizenry. I've watched them openly lie to their citizenry when I had primary source video. I watched it because we track every hit in real time when it gets really bad. So, I'm well aware. And I don't like it. If you want to invoke national security, like to protect like the location of secret sites, I'm not going to like complain. I never break those. I don't report troop movements in real time. I get a video of a tank, like the minute it's there in a like alleyway, I'm not uploading that for 15 minutes. I'm waiting so the tank can get out of there because I'm not letting anyone use my coverage to hurt someone. But yeah, I've seen all these sides blatantly lie while missiles rain down on their civilians and then just go out there and tell the world, oh, we intercepted all of them, etc. Fragments may have landed. No. And it really boils my blood because people deserve to know. They have family members in these areas. There are military members on both sides, all sides, serving in this conflict. And when the state blacks it out, whatever government it is, people get more nervous, not less. Shiraz has trees. I'm not saying there aren't trees in Shiraz, but on that mountain right there, that is a dune. Not a dune, but there's no trees on that mountain in Shiraz. It's 100 degrees. Even if there were trees, they wouldn't live. If somebody planted a tree, it wouldn't grow. This is Shiraz, Iran, not in the city, not in the low-lying parts. That is up on the mountain. That's a granite mountain. Yeah, no chance. Chris, I agree with your analysis. I've looked at the map of Shiraz a lot. There's just no brush there. That's burning through the mountain. But Neomortal Girl, look at the temperature right now. In southern Iran, it is legitimately 100 degrees Fahrenheit, probably more. It's the height of their summer. And this is a picture of it, by the way. So I have a little bit of footage of it burning. This is a video. This is the best I can do for you of it actually burning. So this is real. 4 different images, 2 different pictures, 2 different videos. There's no doubt this is real, but I don't know what happened. Well, Neomortal Girl, I know it might not be hot for you, but when it gets above like 85 Fahrenheit where I live, people like faint. We have to protect the elderly. I'm serious. We're just not adjusted to it. So 100 Fahrenheit for us is a lot. 115 would kill most Americans. We wouldn't be able to go outside. Not in Arizona. Those folks are adjusted to it. Maybe New Mexico, Death Valley in California. Well, I don't think anyone lives in Death Valley because it's 140 degrees Fahrenheit there. But, yeah, outside of that, no. Most Americans are not adjusted for that. And that's what I'm using as a reference point. Yeah, a lot of us would literally melt if we hit 115. Let me show you more. So that's footage from Shiraz, and then let me show you footage from a little farther away. Same hit from about when it first started. This was the earliest footage I have. So there was a fire. Oh, there was a legitimate fire burning too. Oh, I'm well aware it snows in Iran during the winter. Teton actually has some mountains, I think, that are snow-capped almost year-round, maybe. It's very beautiful there. But we're talking like Shiraz is right next to Saudi Arabia. I'm sure it gets very cold there, but right now it is very warm. Hello, Shannon. How you doing? Coffee time, indeed. Chris says we caught the mountain on fire inside out. That's why I'm harping on this. I don't have further information for you, but I do believe we may have actually set that mountain on fire from inside out. Now I'm going to show you interceptors going up over Erbil that same night, which has been subject to a lot of attacks. Erbil has been bombed. You're going to see some fires in Erbil too, more intensely than any other area other than maybe Kuwait. For some reason, Iran is just intent on lighting up Erbil. This is footage from Erbil on the 21st. Hi, Chat Mom Lynn. I was so happy to see you on Melanie Little's stream. I was beaming with pride when you were in the chat. It was great. Melanie Little, Attorney Melanie Little probably didn't realize what Chat Mom Lynn meant. I wanted to tell her, but we didn't have time. It was the end of the stream. It was so great. Should have been like, yeah, I have chat moms. These are Iranian attacks on Erbil on July 21st. Chamam Lynn says it's 88 degrees with 75% humidity in the south today of the United States. Air you can wear. I love that phrase. Yeah, hello, Interpret Towel. How you doing, my dear friend? Hello, Washcloth. Yeah, Erbil's been getting hit very hard. Now I'm going to show you more footage from whatever the hell was going on in Shiraz the other night. I'm going to give you this on the full screen. Maybe this will give Keith and some others a better insight of what was going on that mountain. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, folks. I've got you as many angles as I could. I got you as many angles as I could, but I don't really know what caused that fire, I must say. That's a better angle of it. Here's the footage of the hits in Bahrain that night. We're getting caught up from July 3rd, 21st through today. Here are the hits in Bahrain on what apparently was the Israeli embassy, although I never got confirmation of that. Well, Neo Mortal Girl, that was after the primary and secondaries. We're looking about maybe 3 to 4 hours after in that footage, because I saw the initial 2 videos had way bigger fires than that. This is Manama, Bahrain. This is a reported hit on a facility hosting American troops. It was reported to be the Israeli embassy, but I need to tell you, I don't think it was the Israeli embassy. I never got a follow-up. Now I'm going to show you interceptions above the Erbil airport on the 21st of July. Now, notice how that interception doesn't have all the fragments falling down from it that we see it with the cluster bombs. I want you to pay attention to that again. That's an interception. Notice how it does have some fragments falling, but they go away. Notice how quickly they disperse. That's a drone being intercepted by a missile over Erbil. And then you hear the intercept sound, and then sadly the horrifying screams of children, which is why war is very real and has a very real impact even when people don't get hit by the bombs, and people must understand. This is more footage of interceptors over Erbil on the 21st of July, 2026. Now we are going to see footage of a cluster munition over Erbil again last night, the 22nd. But before we get there, I just wanted you to note now that was a hit, a direct strike. I want you to note what an intercept fragment looks like. This is not an intercept fragment, this is a strike actually. But I want you to note what an intercept fragment debris, like explosion, looks like compared to a cluster munition. Iran has this new type of cluster munition. They fired it 4 times now, 3 times over Erbil, 1 time over Kuwait or Bahrain. It's not a Khorram Shahar. It looks like an Israeli octopus white phosphorus bomb that they fire over South Lebanon, but it's not. It's a cluster munition, and it looks like a mini Khorram Shahar that explodes a bunch of cluster munitions. It's like an MIRV, but scaled down, and it looks like it does this little poof thing, so it kind of looks like the white phosphorus bomb, but it's new. They're trying to send a warning, I think, that they have this. They're flexing a little bit, so I'm going to show you that when it comes up yesterday night. Now I got to take you through more scenes from the Iranian attack on Erbil on the 21st of July. This is Erbil on the 21st. Bunny Towel, Chat Mom, Bunny Towel Mom and Kofi are taking copious notes, and Bo. That's going to be great. Here was just a small clip of my appearance on Attorney Melanie Little's show. It has like 70,000 views. You all should go check it out. It's great. Truly believe that this system works. I believe in this system of government. I believe in this country with all my heart. It doesn't always do the right thing because it's up to us. The cogency of your discourse is the enabling condition of legitimate democratic world formation. In other words, when you talk accurately about what others want to hide, you can hold the system accountable. I've always believed that, and I continue to believe it. I also want to say this. If you enjoyed this commentary or found it helpful, remember the people fighting the battles on the ground right now are aiding crime. Oh, this is a different fire. Oh, hold please. This is a different fire. I want you to notice this is a different fire. This is Suleimania, okay, in Iraqi Kurdistan. That is not, okay, that is not what I showed you in Shiraz. Notice the distinction. That's like one line of fire. The other one was like a big like circle. This is like a camp. That's actually structures on fire on top of that mountain. Now I'm going to show you more footage. This is Suleimania, not Shiraz. So there's a distinction here. We're looking at fires on mountains in 2 of the videos, but one of them is Shiraz, the first one. This is Suleimania. It's a different fire. Same night. This is the Iranian opposition in Suleimania. I have no idea what he's saying. Oh yeah, see, that's much different. You see the lights and the structure. That's buildings burning. Looks like a gas line, actually. Neo Mortal Girl. Well, so the difference is, let me show you. So the difference is, do you see on this mountain, there's these lights up here? You see those right there? Those are buildings. On the other mountain in Shiraz, there were no buildings. There was nothing. That is an opposition camp. It's an American-Israeli backed. They're probably the PDK. Okay, they're like an opposition group in Suleimania. So they build their outposts on mountains. And the difference is, on that mountain are buildings, versus on the other mountain in Shiraz, there were no buildings. So yeah, that's just and also you can look at the maps of these places and you can actually see with relative accuracy like the differences. Iran doesn't really build up on its mountains. They build into their mountains. There are some, you will find in some Iranian like missile facilities, there might be towns at the base of it, but never on it. Never like actually on top. But in Iraqi Kurdistan, oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can do that, actually. I need to geolocate. So what we need is, unfortunately, I can't just pull up a map of Suleimania and Shiraz. I need the geolocation of this mountain in Suleimania, and then I have the geolocation of the strike in Shiraz at some point in the Twitter feed. Because, yeah, if we're going to do it, let's be accurate. But yes, we can look at satellite imagery of these mountains, and I can show you the differences in the terrain and the buildup. But that one, just from sight, I can tell you from the lights on the mountain, that is a headquarters of the PDK in Kurdistan, built onto that mountain. It looks very similar, but it's different. Here's more footage from that fire. I'll turn that volume off. So also Kurdistan, like, we can geolocate this. So do you see how there's a Ferris wheel here? What we're looking for is a mountain that has a Ferris wheel right near it, and then this little tower in Iraqi Kurdistan. And you might say, Grant, I don't know how to find a Ferris wheel in Iraqi Kurdistan. Well, yeah, I agree with you. Iraqi Kurdistan's pretty big. We need that guy who can locate any place on Earth from just a picture of the roads. That guy would be like, oh yeah, I know where that is. You're pointing west on this very nice hill. It's actually got like a winery next to it. But anyway, my point is, yeah, if we can locate it, I'll show you the terrain. Oh, got it. Got it. It's called Asmar Mountain. So we don't even need the geolocation because I can just put this in. Iraq, Kurdistan. All right. So the first picture was a mountain in Shiraz. I'll get you the geo coordinates there in 1 second. Now I'm going to bring you to Asmar Mountain in Iraqi Kurdistan. Close, Kevin from South Boston. It's actually called Asmar, A-Z-M-A-R, Mountain in Iraqi Kurdistan. Now I need to find the Ferris wheel. Where is the damn Ferris? Ah, there we go. Okay, so here we go. I'm pretty sure this is it because it says Aqua Park, but I don't see the giant Ferris wheel. Where's the giant Ferris wheel? What we need for a point of reference is the big Ferris wheel. All right. Without the big Ferris wheel, we're not in the right place. And that is not a Ferris wheel. Where is it? There is an amusement park, which does seem like the most likely candidate for a Ferris wheel, but it's a water park. What I want is a Ferris wheel, so I can see where we actually are on the mountain. Is it near Chaviland? That doesn't look like a Ferris wheel. There's a zoo called the Mumia Zoo there. But what I need is a Ferris wheel. Hold, please. I'm going to find this Ferris wheel. I can't get you the exact location until I find this Ferris wheel. It's called Chaviland! Ah! Okay, it was Chaviland. I should have known. I mean, come on. Who doesn't know that Chaviland in Iraqi Kurdistan has a Ferris wheel? I mean, come on. That's common knowledge. If you ever go to Iraqi Kurdistan, you got to know about Chaviland's Ferris wheel, clearly. What am I doing? I'm really letting myself down here. All of my dear friends in Iraq are going to be like, Grant, I could have told you that was Chaviland. Like, what are you doing? All right, so here we go. This is Chaviland. Okay? We're on the big board. Everybody look at the big board. All right? That's Chaviland. Okay, that's where the Ferris wheel is. Okay, it's this like amusement park called Chaviland. All right? So the Ferris wheel's like right around here. Okay? Which means the fire was somewhere where there's buildings in here. Oh, yeah, it seems to be like right here. Are those buildings? Hold on 1 second. They don't have the highest resolution imagery of this area. But anyway, this is the hill upon which the Iranian opposition in Kurdistan operates from. So I'm going to guess it's actually closer to over here because the Ferris wheel was like angled in the shot like this. So I'm going to guess it's like this hillside. They seem to have like some houses on it. So it's probably where there's like little shacks. There's one here. Maybe they build the shacks under the trees as a little bit of like... It's kind of like Red Dawn, you know what I'm saying? Why? Yes, wildfires, of course. I should have known they were wildfires. Right after American bombing, yes, they were wildfires. But yes, my point is... The Iraqi Kurdistan mountains are just a little bit different. I'm going to show you a view from on those mountains actually now in Iraqi Kurdistan. So this is what it looks like on the mountains in Iraqi Kurdistan during Iranian attacks. That's pretty wild. And I suppose, at least in the Iraqi Kurdistan context, you could call those wildfires, but they were started by Iranian missiles. Yeah, so Neo Mortal Girl, just so everyone's on the same page, this is a separate fire. This is in Iraqi Kurdistan. Yes, trees and structures are on fire. It is a wildfire, but it was caused by shelling by Iran. But this is different. This is a completely different region of the world, Iraqi Kurdistan, than Shiraz, Iran. Shiraz, Iran is south of Avaz, okay? It's at the very north of the Persian Gulf, kind of near Basra, Iraq, near Kuwait. This is Iraqi Kurdistan, which is up near Erbil and Mosul in Iraq, north of Baghdad. So we're talking like, I don't know, a very far distance apart, with this being way more northern territory, close to like Turkey, actually, the southern border of Turkey near Iraq. So if you know that region, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So again, this is the second video was Suleimania, northern Iraq. The first video, that we still don't know what caused it, was Shiraz. Two different places, very far apart. Okay, now I'm going to take you through the strikes on July 21st. America hit Berbahan. America hit Kanvagar. America hit Bandar Abbas. America hit Chabahar. America hit Keshem. America hit Tabriz, very far north, the Tabriz missile complex. The Tabriz missile complex is north even of Mosul. So when we were talking about Shiraz, that's south of even what's on this map. When we were talking about Kurdistan, that's right here. All right, and when we're talking about Tabriz, that's north, almost like near Azerbaijan and Armenia, okay? Way north of Tehran and even farther north than the the Iranian opposition in Kurdistan, okay? All right, now let's take a look at further explosions reported in Urmia, which is to the west of Tabriz. That was the 21st of July. So just showing you the expansion of the American strikes. They hit Tehran last night. I couldn't believe it. They didn't just hit Tehran, they hit the party's nuclear power plant. Okay, and then there were hits in Bushehr. Now, if you ever hear Bushehr, I'll put it up on the big board. Bushehr is south of Avaz, south of Shiraz, okay, by a little bit. Shiraz is down here. See Shiraz? Okay, Avaz up here, Shiraz to the south. And although Bushehr is technically south, it's more to the west of Shiraz. And then Bandar Abbas and Keshem are down here. So this is the Strait of Hormuz. Bushehr is right here. Shiraz is right here. Avaz is right here. Everybody on the same page? Excellent. I'm proud of you all. Neo Mortal Girl, you sleep well. We'll have another night tomorrow. There will be another day. Here, by the way, speaking of those explosions in Tabriz in the north of Iran, take a listen. So that was Tabriz. You can't see the impact. Now I'm going to show, this was pretty intense. I'm going to take you to Babbahan, Khuzestan, Iran on the 21st of July. These were pretty intense. Whoa. Mr. Better... Whoa. For those of you who follow Turtle Boy, did you see what Mr. Bettero just posted? Oh my word. I'm going to break in with some breaking news here. Oh my word. Oh wow. I know those of you, some of you follow for both domestic and international news. Those of you internationally probably won't understand what this is going to be about, unless you've been following the Karen Read and Turtle Boy cases, in which case you'll find this fascinating. But I have some breaking news from Mr. Bettero. This is bad. Very bad. Oh no, this is very bad. Okay, Mr. Bettero, through British Reporter Towel.
Conversation. For immediate release. Yesterday we were notified about an Atlantic County, New Jersey indictment of Aidan Kearney. Although this indictment remains sealed, within hours, its existence was improperly leaked to third parties. This prosecution stems from the civilian complaint of a New Jersey resident who intentionally contacted Mr. Kearney, hoping that he would publicize her long-term humiliation of a Massachusetts citizen who was the brother of John O'Keefe, the victim in the high-profile Massachusetts prosecution of Karen Read. The complainant contacted Mr. Kearney to generate online attention, hoping this would grant her access to people close to the Read case. Mr. Kearney has never met this woman and he has not stepped foot in New Jersey in years. The Atlantic County prosecutor's decision to present this matter to a grand jury is both disappointing and virtually unprecedented. It is clear that the prosecutor has serious doubts about the merits of the case and the credibility of the evidence. The indictment follows the complainant's voluntary withdrawal of a civil proceeding she brought against Mr. Kearney. She chose to terminate that proceeding rather than be subjected to cross-examination, after a respected Superior Court judge entered critical rulings in favor of Mr. Kearney's right to free speech. After the civil matter concluded in Mr. Kearney's favor, the prosecutor sat on this civilian complaint for 7 months. On July 7, 2026, the assigned prosecutor advised us that she had determined this matter would not be presented to a grand jury and a decision was forthcoming about whether the civilian complaint would be dismissed or remanded to the municipal court. Within minutes of this update, the assigned prosecutor reversed course, now informing us that she had been directed to immediately present the matter to the grand jury. She then declined our request to meet with Atlantic County Prosecutor William Reynolds. She further declined our request that Mr. Kearney be afforded the opportunity to testify as a witness before the grand jury. No citizen should be indicted for speaking freely and expressing his or her opinion about matters of public concern. A grand jury is entirely controlled by a prosecutor. It is a one-sided presentation with a low burden of proof. We are confident that when all of the facts and circumstances surrounding Mr. Kearney's indictment are revealed, it will be apparent to any reasonable person that his speech, which serves as the basis for this indictment, is protected by the First Amendment and New Jersey law, and that he has not violated New Jersey's cyber harassment statute. Attorneys for Aidan Kearney: Mark Bettero, Linda Kenny Barden, Darren Gelber, who directed her to immediately present it to the grand jury.
Oh my. Oh wow. This is a serious problem. Very concerning development. Right as the Norfolk County District Attorney, Michael Morrissey, is about to leave office, somehow a New Jersey grand jury, in a very strange situation, indicts Aidan Kearney. Now you must understand, if I'm right about this, and the prosecution of Aidan Kearney is vindictive, there will be immediately a motion to revoke bail in Norfolk Superior Court. I think this, in my opinion, has very big red flags. This is the journalist who, Aidan Turtleboy Kearney, who exposed the connections in Norfolk County between a state police unit and the DA in a bunch of different cases that were indicative of a cover-up. Now, Mr. Kearney's out on bail, and he actually has a huge motion to dismiss pending in front of Judge Belzeos. This has all the hallmarks. I just am speaking generally. All these webs of connections has some very concerning hallmarks. That's all I'm going to say. Alright, now I'll let the judicial system do its thing and determine the facts and let the chips fall as they may, and then I'll analyze them. But right now, if I'm right, there will immediately be a motion to... There was coordination. If I'm right, there will immediately be a motion to revoke Aidan Carney's bail in Norfolk Superior Court. Which is really scary. I mean, how many battles does this guy, Turtle Boy, have to win? Karen must be terrified. Listen to me. How deep does this network go? I don't even want to know what this rabbit hole is going to lead to. That's wild. So, I went to law school, but I'm not a lawyer. There's not legal advice. But if I'm right, and there was collusion, then there's a pre-prepared motion to revoke bail that will go up on the Norfolk Superior Court docket, like immediately, to tank the motion to dismiss. Whatever this apparatus is, speaking generally, not about any one case, plays really dirty, very dirty. Hello, observer. Welcome. I'll give you the. We'll give you a wrench. Yeah. Wow. I was not expecting that to break during the stream. I know I had to do the update. I was expecting a lot of things today, mostly related to the war. That was not one of them. Now I'm going to show you, going back, I'm shifting away from our breaking news. That was very much a breaking news towel update. Press conference is about to start where? Just link me to it. Who's doing a press conference? Is it the Department of War? Is it Mr. President? Just link me to it. We'll take it live, especially if it's related to the war. Is it the Israeli Prime Minister? Is it a man who considers himself a towel? Anyway, we will take live press conferences, especially if it's Mr. President. Just let me know. I also have pictures for you of Tower 22, the U.S. military outpost in northeastern Jordan that was struck by Iranian ballistic fire. USA press conference. White House press conference. Okay, let's take the White House presser. Let me just check the White House feed. Would you all be so kind? If there's a live presser, we'll take it. This was supposed to be a 1-hour breakfast stream. Then all sorts of breaking news started happening. I was just trying to... Oh, yeah, the White House is live. Let's take it. What is it here? What has he got? It's a press briefing by the press secretary. Let's see what she has to say. This is normally a generalized briefing. I'm going to take it from the White House, so it's a public resource. It hasn't started yet. She's normally like 20 to 40 minutes late. She's okay. I cover a lot of press conferences. We can watch it. It won't be that interesting. She might say something about Iran at the beginning, but on the whole, I don't expect it to be that in-depth. She doesn't do that during pressers. Hello, Silent Dogs. Good to see you. This is Tower 22, the U.S. military outpost in Jordan. It was struck by Iranian ballistic missile fire. You are looking at... oh, God. Wait a minute. Fog? I know what that means. Who got this picture? Fog is Foreign Operations Group. And it says, join Fog, travel to exotic places, meet interesting people, and unalive them. I don't think... We're looking at a hole. Yeah, I agree. I think Iran is getting wrecked. But you're looking at Tower 22, the U.S. base in Jordan. I don't know if the Army has something called the Foreign Operations Group. I know who does. It's not the Army. And why do we have a banner that says that? I mean, I get we have a lot of, like, tongue-in-cheek military banners, but, like, maybe don't hang that up. And who got this picture? What do we abandon the base? Some Jordanian guy just went in there and took a picture? Those look like American soldiers in plainclothes. I can't tell what's going on or why someone. Whoa. Oh God. So this is Tower 22 in Jordan. You're looking at the result of a. No, these are not AI generated. These are images from the American base in Jordan. It's called Tower 22, and it's destroyed. That barracks is destroyed. This is where 3 American soldiers lost their lives, in fact. I believe it was in northern Jordan. I will fact check that for you. And you're looking at why. And they're trying to hide it from you on the Western news. It's because the Iranian ballistic missiles destroy entire barracks. I can tell why many of the U.S. bases have evacuated. We can't protect our people. Was that DD Thames? Yes, DD Thames, you nailed it. I can tell. I can tell we have. And I'm going to show you footage, by the way. Okay? I'm going to show you from footage from Tabriz on the night of the 21st, but I have footage from inside that base in Jordan when it got hit. This is Tabriz. July 21st. Oh, Dennis, there's no doubt there will be another attack tonight. I'm just wondering, when is the major escalation going to start? It seems to be tonight or tomorrow. This was Tabriz, Iran. Now I'm going to show you a report from a Kuwaiti citizen who's reporting on power outage due to Iran shelling power generation stations that supply the U.S. bases in Kuwait.
الله يعينكم يا المطلع. مناشدة إلى وزارة الكهرباء والمي. شنو السبب؟ زين ليش ما بلغتوا قبلها؟
Be nice, Nightbot. Be nice to Dennis.
أنها راح تفصل الكهرباء على مدينة المطلع. مبلغينهم علشان كل شخص عنده كبير.
Good morning, kind Oracle LA. You switched to organic roasted sea salted peanuts with your tea. That's wonderful. I also have pancakes on the brain.
سن ولا مرضى ولا شيء يوديه.
Hello, Noalis. It's so good to see you.
يدبر نفسه يروح بيت خوالة، بيت أبوه، بيت عمامه. يعني والله العظيم أنا الحين بديت المطلع.
Or is that North LA is for divers?
قلبي وياكم يا أهل مدينة المطلع. والله العظيم على جميع مدينة المطلع.
No, oh no, it's NOLA is for Oliver's. Got
صل
it.
الكهرباء. زين بلغوه. مبلغين منزلين بيان قبلها. بيان انه الله يعينكم يا المطلع. مناشدة.
Yes, Brandon, or Brenda, excuse me. Brenda let us know about the Aidan Carney indictment. We just covered that. God bless you, Brenda. As it went live, I was able to actually have it read out. So Towel News viewers did get the update immediately. Thank you so much for that, Brenda. You're so kind. Now, this is a report. I'm going to play it one more time in full so you can actually hear the man from Kuwait speak, letting us know about power outages due to Iranian shelling on power stations that supply U.S. bases.
إلى وزارة الكهرباء والمي. شنو السبب؟ زين ليش ما بلغتوا قبلها أنها راح تفصل الكهرباء على مدينة المطلع؟ مبلغينهم علشان كل شخص عنده كبير سن ولا مرضى ولا شيء يوديه. يدبر نفسه يروح بيت خوالة، بيت أبوه، بيت عمامه. يعني والله العظيم أنا الحين مدينة المطلع. قلبي وياكم يا أهل مدينة المطلع. والله العظيم على جميع مدينة المطلع. فاصل الكهرباء. زين بلغوه. مبلغين منزلين بيان قبلها. بيان انه الله.
So, in this video, the man, according to Interpret Towel, is saying that he's very mad that there's no power. Okay, now, Here is when the strike on Pardis took place. Okay, this is a major nuclear power station in Iran. Okay, it's Pardis, which is to the east of Tehran. You see right here? This was the first time that America struck in Pardis. I can confirm this. It was July 21st. The strike happened at 7:32 p.m. Eastern, so it was actually July 22nd in the early morning in Iran. Here's what was reported by Vahid.
Conversation. Breaking. Possible strike in Tehran, Iran, Pardis. Defense activity in eastern Tehran province. Pardis, explosion and defense sounds. Right now, eastern Tehran. Defense personnel are working on Khomeini town, Babare highway. I haven't heard a big explosion yet. The target may be Kojia or Parchin. There is a lot of defense noise. We are in the direction of Pardis. Hello Pardis, the sound of an explosion came from a distance. 250. Hello Vahid, we heard several explosions from Pardis now. Vahid, explosion and defense sounds, eastern Tehran right now. Hello Tehran, Hakimi, 2:53 minutes, defense noise comes.
We hit, Dennis, you're right, but we also hit their nuclear power station, Pachin, which is near Pardis. Okay? So they hit that hard. I'm going to show you videos of the air defense activity over Tehran. We hit them in the capital. I'm just waiting for them to respond at this point. This was over 18, maybe 36 hours ago. Here's more footage of Tabriz. You can see the fire burning. That was that same night, July 1st, 21st into 22nd. Here's more footage from early July 22nd in Tehran. This is air defense activity. Hello, Swift Rebbe. A towel is a way to express that you are fluffy. No, someone one time came into chat and was like, your pronouns are towel, like years ago. So I was like, fine, I'll be an anthropomorphic towel. And then everybody liked becoming a towel, towelettes, etc. It's kind of a reference. It's an amalgamation. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. They like towels in that book. Towley from South Park. He's cool. Towels are utilitarian objects. They're fluffy. They're useful. Nurse of Interest says, GSE, can please continue to roar and saving the goats. God bless you, Nurse of Interest. You're so wonderful. Hashtag save the goats and also save the Great Lakes. Thank you all so much for supporting Towel News. You're wonderful. Save the goats. This is Save the Great Lakes. Aaron, good to see you, Aaron Gobra. Aaron is a beach towel, for example. Everybody loves beach towels. That kind Oracle LA is a towel. Now I'll show you the hits, okay, on the 21st in Iran. I'll track each one for you. I'm going to have British Reporter Tal do it. This was the 21st into the 22nd. Then when we get to yesterday into today.
Conversation. Update. Current reported strike locations. Baybarn. Marshar. Bandar Abbas. Shabahar. Bushehr. Parchin. Sohanik, northeastern Tehran, Iranian air defenses active. Urmia. West of Tabriz. Banay, Kurdistan province. Sarik, eastern Hormozgan. Put us your reply.
So that was July 21st. Okay, then I'm going to show you more footage from air defenses in Tabriz, okay, north of Iran, north of Tehran. Now I'm going to show you hits on Khuzestan province in Iran. Hi, Miss Brown. It's so good to see you. How are you? You're basically you're joining right as we transition from the night of July 21st into the morning of July 22nd in Iran. Now I have footage for you from on the ground in Bandar Abbas yesterday morning, July 22nd, early morning. Same footage but extended. Good morning, Panda Bear. Yes, that kind Oracle LA, you are a pancake towel. Absolutely. Thank you, Aaron. God bless you. You're wonderful. I'm sorry I had to go live so early this morning. I just had to update about so many days of the war, and there was so much going on today. You're looking at footage from Bandar Abbas in southern Khuzestan. Yesterday morning, July 22nd, in Iran. Now I'm going to show you U.S. strikes in Abhar, Abhar, Zanjan province, Iran. Then I'm going to show you air defense activity over Tabriz. So, all right. I think that was the one I wanted. No, this is the one I wanted. Hold, please. This is the strike on Chabahar and Bushehr. Oh, curb your corruption! What a wonderful username, Grant. You're the best. You're a little hero. You're a literal hero. Towel. Love you. The people of the Commonwealth. Thank you. It is my honor to be able to help. God bless you, and you have a wonderful username. Sorry, I can't type more. I have just so much going on and need my hands. But you're wonderful. What a great username. Curb your corruption. 10 out of 10. One of the best I've ever seen. Okay, so that was the strike on Chabahar. Now I'm gonna. I think I showed you the strike on Abhar, Zanjan. I showed you air defense activity over Tabriz. Hold, please. I have to re-verify it's me. They do very nice checks now to make sure it's actually you. I like this. 1 second, please. Yes. You gotta actually be you when you're doing your thing. I'm not gonna go into detail. Alright, now I'm gonna show you scenes. Now, this is what led me to believe something very serious is going on the Iranian border. So this is a scene out of Syria. So Iran bombed Syria once or twice. God bless you, Chris. Chris says God is great. Can't deny that. God bless you, my friend. Thank you for your support, Chris. This is scenes from Syria. Now, something weird's going on the Iraqi-Kuwaiti Iranian border and the Iranian-Iraqi border and the Syrian border, which is kind of like near Turkey, almost. Okay, and it's like spreading from like the border with Turkey all the way down into like the areas near Jordan, and there's just a lot of like gunfire. This is the morning of the 22nd, and it was clashes between like the Syrian government, which is pro-West now, and the Kurdish People's Protection Unit, and it's in the countryside of Al Haska, Hasakah, in Syria. It's very loud. There's no weapons shown, but it's very loud fighting. It's ground fighting. So that was Syria, and that was July 22nd, actually, Syrian time, very, very early in the morning. Okay, so there was ground clashes, very serious Syrian opposition fighting with the government. Now I'm going to show you air defenses over Tehran early morning yesterday, July 22nd, 2026. Iran's using flak cannons for air defense in the capital. That's not a good sign. If all they have is flak cannons, that's not a good sign. That means they're focusing most of their missile production capabilities on offensive missiles. They don't need interceptors. They're going to take the hits. Their plan to in this war is to just take the hits. Whenever they attack, they expect to just take the hits. They really don't have strong air defenses. This is Tehran's air defenses. The other night when we hit the nuclear reactor, the civilian nuclear reactor to the east of Tehran. All they have is flak cannons. That's what I mean. Chris is saying Iran's using like 1990s anti-aircraft flak cannons, which is true. Those are flak cannons. That's it. That's all they're fighting. And you're not going to stop either our fighter jets or our bombers or both. Oh, Aaron said, keep making lemonade. Thank you, Grant. I love that song. We can listen to it at some point. God bless you, Aaron. What a great reference. How erudite of you. I appreciate a good reference like that. It's like reading a good book the second time. To just have that level of erudition in one's references, it's metaphysical in a way that even Professor Kant would appreciate. So it's because I really like this song about Jesus turning lemons into lemonade, or life gave me lemons, but my Jesus making lemonade. It's a great song. We'll try to listen to it at some point during the stream. These are more air defenses over Tehran yesterday morning, Iran time. I just want to show you their flak cannons. Hello, good morning, Deanna. How are you? Hello, Calvin. We need towel goats, that's true. So you're looking at Iranian flak cannons over Tehran. Yesterday morning was the first time, Iranian time, that Tehran was attacked. Now I'm going to show you the air defenses over eastern Tehran, more flak cannons. So the planes probably had to fly from east to west over the city, which makes sense. West-east, excuse me, to hit Parchin, which explains the flak cannons firing. This is the east of Tehran. Okay, all they have for air defenses are those flak cannons that you're seeing. I am well. You're both wonderful. You're all wonderful. So yeah, we got a lot of lawfare going on right now, I think. We got some major developments. Who knows what the feds are going to think of all this, by the way. Talking about the Aiden Carney developments. Keep an eye on that docket. I imagine Kyle's keeping a close eye on that docket. He's a Kyle. That was Eastern Tehran. And that's that same video, but in a different format. Here's more footage of air defenses over Tehran. You can see it flying up in the top. That's air defenses. Flak cannons exploding. Okay, that was yesterday morning. Now I'm going to show you footage from Tenpars, Tehran, July 22nd, local time yesterday morning, of air defenses. Just so you can see what kind of air defenses the Iranians have over the capital. They don't have a lot. That's all they really have left. So if we hit them... Rigged outcome, good morning, my friend. That was quite an intro, wasn't it? Very close to goat videos, by the way. Oh, the goal just ended. Alright, that's fine. We'll get goat videos anyway. You all earned it. Hashtag towel goat videos. I thought I set the goal for 2 hours. Guess I set it before the stream started. Okay, so I showed you all that footage of air defense active in Tehran. I actually went and grabbed some different footage from the sources that come through the other feeds. Here is more footage from on the ground in Tehran of air defenses. You can hear them. Take a listen one more time. Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. We are getting caught up on all the developments, including the American attack on the Iranian capital yesterday morning, Iran time, July 22nd, 2026. We saw that video of the air defenses, and we saw that one too. Okay, very good. All right. As you can see, I make a full record. A lot of people apparently like how I say record. And I like it too. It's a good way to say record. You should hear me when I'm trying to say the word error. I say error. All right? Like the printer's got an error. All right? And people are like, what are you saying? And I'm like, there's an error message on the printer. Do you not understand English? All right? There's an error message. All right? You got to keep a record of the error messages on the printer. It's not that hard to understand. Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney, sadly it does. This is footage of an Iranian drone flying towards American bases in the region yesterday, July 22nd, 2026. Let's take a look at the markets. The Dow Jones is off a point. That's true. Curb your corruption, exactly. You got to fix the error on the printer and make a record of it. Only 1 point off the Dow right now. I'll take a look at the S&P. Here's Bebashan, Khuzestan. Hello, Razoron. Yeah, we've entered the printer era. It's an epoch the likes of which history has never before seen. July 23rd, 2026. A day that will live in the record of printer era's infamy forever. Salt and pepper. Yeah, the S&P is actually the bellwether market, so you want to watch the S&P. Oh, the S&P's off 1.35. So the circuit breaker in the United States is actually triggered by the S&P. If you ever see it heading close to like 8%, that's bad. Okay? Because the S&P is what's used to trigger like the stop trade, and you don't want to see that. But we're not even close to that. It's off like 1.35. If it gets off like 5 to 6%, then you definitely, red alert. 8%, yeah, I mean, that's like a stock market crash, but we're not anywhere close to that. Oil prices, though, are indicative of chatter that things are going to get worse before they get better, unfortunately. All right. Now I have a very sad announcement. One of the 3 of the service members killed tragically in Jordan, U.S. service members, by Iranian ballistic missile fire have been announced by the Pentagon. The dignified transfer took place last night. I will show you as many updates as I can, and I will have British Reporter tell. I'll read it myself, actually. The Department of War identified Sergeant Michael Emmanuel Swinton, 30, of Fayetteville, North Carolina, as the U.S. service member killed during the controlled detonation of an Iranian one-way attack drone at Erbil Air Base, Iraq, on July 19, 2026. Sergeant Swinton was a member of D Battery, 2nd Battalion, 55th Air Defense Artillery Regiment, 108th Air Defense Artillery Brigade, based at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. So, as I mentioned, there were 3 U.S. service members tragically killed in Jordan. This was a 4th, tragically killed in Iraq during the controlled detonation of an Iranian attack drone near U.S. positions. When you hear Erbil mentioned or Suleimania, it is likely there are U.S. soldiers as well as Iranian opposition in those areas. God rest his soul. It's very hard to report on the death of service members from the country where one lives and remain in one's broadcast mode. It's hard. God rest their souls. This is air defense activity over Asman, Tehran. Here's more footage. By the way, these strikes, a lot of them are in honor, Mr. President said, of the memory of the fallen soldiers who Iran killed with ballistic missile fire. That is the clearest shot of all. That's what Iran has for air defense. That's it. So when Israel and the U.S. are lining up to strike, They're not going to be stopped.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, we have the
Good
press
to see you here
conference starting.
today.
Let's
Good
take a
morning,
listen.
Gabe. We'll begin today with a few scheduling announcements. Later this afternoon, President Trump will welcome the Los Angeles Dodgers back to the White House to celebrate their second consecutive World Series championship. Tomorrow night, the president will attend the White House Correspondents Association Dinner Round 2, celebrating free speech and the First Amendment alongside all of you, members of the media. The president looks forward to finishing what he started before a despicable assassination attempt derailed the original event back in April, as we all know. And I encourage everyone watching tomorrow night to tune in for what promises to be a very entertaining and memorable evening. Looking ahead to next week, on Monday, President Trump will travel to Michigan to deliver remarks on the economy. On Tuesday afternoon, the president will deliver a tribute honoring the life and legacy of his dear friend, Senator Lindsey Graham, at the National Cathedral. And next Friday, the president will host the 13th cabinet meeting of this term at Camp David, which will be a lot of fun and something different for the cabinet to experience together. Turning now to the economy. A little more than a year after President Trump signed the Working Families Tax Cuts into law, this historic legislation continues to deliver on its promise, unleashing a genuine boom for American workers, families, and small businesses. The numbers speak for themselves. This was the biggest tax refund season in American history, with the average refund exceeding $3,400, an 11% increase over the last year. American families and workers claimed $82 billion in direct tax relief, and 97% of filers received a tax cut. More than 29 million workers claimed no tax on overtime. More than 35 million seniors claimed no tax on Social Security. And nearly 8 million workers claimed no tax on tips. Thanks to the other pro-growth provisions in the Working Families Tax Cuts, like making the 20% small business tax deduction permanent and delivering 100% expensing for new factories, equipment, and research, the Trump administration is setting up American manufacturers and workers to thrive like never before. Just this week, the National Association of Manufacturers, which is the largest manufacturing association in the country, released a detailed report showing exactly how these tax cuts are driving investment, job creation, innovation, and long-term growth in all 50 states. In fact, I'd like to take a moment to highlight just a few of the real American businesses that this law is helping. Pivot Manufacturing in Arizona made the largest equipment purchase in company history after the Trump tax cuts gave them the long-term certainty to invest with confidence. Winton Machine Company in Georgia is on pace for the best year in its history. Ketchy Inc. in North Carolina was able to purchase new machinery and expand its workforce by 25%. And Juergens in Ohio expanded its brand new facility to increase production. And they're also paying their workers even more thanks to the no tax on overtime provision. These are not just great statistics. These are American businesses with the confidence to grow, hire, and invest right here at home rather than offshoring their jobs. And a business opening or expanding in this country means more opportunity and higher wages for American workers. It means a chance for the American dream for young families, and it means restoring the belief that we can make and build things right here at home. This is what President Trump promised, and it's exactly what he is delivering with the help of Republicans in Congress. Democrats throw around the word affordability a lot. But when they had the chance to vote for the largest middle-class tax cuts in history, they refused. If Democrats got their way, it would have meant the largest tax increase in history, $4 trillion. 90% of Americans would have seen their taxes go up, and it would have been a complete disaster for our economy. That's the Democrat solution to, quote, affordability. It is raising your taxes. So I hope the press will cover more of the massive success stories resulting from the Working Families Tax Cuts and point out that every single Democrat on Capitol Hill voted against every single common sense provision that put more money back into the pockets of the American people. Finally, on the energy front, after this briefing, President Trump will participate in a historic ratepayer protection pledge event at the EPA headquarters down the street. The president will expand the ratepayer protection pledge to governors, state legislatures, developers, and power providers to ensure that everyone involved in building and powering data centers pays their own way, instead of passing those costs on to hardworking families. The president will be joined by Energy Secretary Chris Wright, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, and several governors who have already signed on to this pledge. And it has already proven to be remarkably successful. Nearly 200 additional stakeholders have signed on since it was first announced, including utilities, data center developers, public power authorities, co-ops, and state governors. As a result, the pledge now covers 80% of all the power delivered to American homes and businesses. President Trump's bold leadership is turning data centers from a source of concern into engines of growth and opportunity for communities across this country, all while cementing America's dominance over China in the global AI race. The president is ensuring the American people are never left footing the bill so private companies can benefit. Instead, President Trump is leveraging the data center boom to deliver real, tangible benefits for working families and small businesses. So we have a busy day here, rest assured. I'll take some questions. And here in our new media seat, we have Cam from Town Hall. Cam, thank you for being here. Why don't you kick us off today?
Thank you. Two quick questions. One on Congress. First off, Speaker Mike Johnson passed a continuing resolution earlier this week. John Thune has said he wants to work with Democrats to find a way to fund the government. What is the White House's stance on the best way to keep the government funded?
Well, the White House's stance is that the government needs to be funded. This president and Republicans on Capitol Hill from both chambers, as you just mentioned, the House and the Senate Republicans want to keep the government open. We want to work together to find ways to do that, and the White House will continue to have discussions with Senate leadership on the best path forward. I don't want to get ahead of those conversations, but the most important thing for the American people to know is that this president and this White House wants the government to remain open, unlike the Democrats in this town who have been acting as obstructionists. We've seen time and time again, they have chosen to block this administration, to block Republicans in Congress from keeping our government open, which does not help anyone, and it especially hurts the American people who depend on our government remaining open so they can access the critical services that our government provides to so many Americans across the country. So these conversations are continuing, but I think I just made the president's position quite clear.
Thank you. And then on the Saudi Arabian nuclear deal, what steps is the U.S. taking to get Saudi Arabia to sign the Abraham Accords?
Sure. Well, the president himself has spoken on this many times. His Truth Social post this morning, and I will read it for those at home who missed it. The civil nuclear deal, there will be no enrichment of material, an important point being made between the Department of Energy and Saudi Arabia, which pertains only to non-military use. Will be approved, but is totally subject to Saudi Arabia joining the very respected and successful Abraham Accords. The United States is not opposed to civil nuclear facilities, as we all know. Look, this is a condition that the president has spoken about many times with our Gulf and Arab allies. He wants to see these countries sign the Abraham Accord. It was one of the most historic accomplishments of his first term, and it continues to be a long-term goal of his to expand those accords to ultimately come to a place where the Middle East can be a peaceful and stable region. And yes, this deal with Saudi Arabia, the energy deal, is contingent on this condition as far as the president is concerned. So we'll continue to talk with our Saudi counterparts to get the deal finalized and hopefully see them joining the Abraham Accords very soon. Thank you. Gabe.
Caroline, thank you. With regard to the Saudi nuclear deal, why was that condition not mentioned yesterday when the Energy Secretary announced it?
Well, look, the president is always the final deal maker, as you know, and this is something that he has mentioned on numerous occasions going back. I can provide you with those statements, and he has said if they don't join the Abraham Accords, the deal is off. So we'll continue to have those conversations with our Saudi counterparts moving forward.
So the deal is dead if Saudi Arabia doesn't join. And have you any
No.
indication that Saudi Arabia is even considering this?
Again, the president has spoken directly with the Saudis about this in numerous conversations in the past, and the administration will continue to engage in those conversations. Alexandra.
Be exempt from international inspections as part of this deal if it moves forward?
I don't want to comment on the specifics of the deal as we're still, again, as I just said, talking especially about this very important condition that the president raised this morning. Alexandra.
So good to see you now that you're back.
You too.
So Treasury Secretary Bessent voiced concern this week on China potentially distilling or stealing AI technology from the United States, kind of manipulating it as their own. Anthropic said that the largest distilling attack happened last month. Do you think this will come up when the president meets with President Xi in September?
Well, I have had the honor of being part of some of the meetings and discussions between President Trump and President Xi, and I can tell you there is always a wide range of topics that come up. I would imagine this would be something it's of high importance to the president and of this administration to obviously ensure that America remains dominant in the AI race, and we're obviously tracking the particular situation that you mentioned.
I have one more, if you don't
Sure.
mind. This week we've seen some major players in Democrat politics voicing or alerting really on how much influence socialism, communism has had now on kind of mainstream Democrat politics. Is there any chance that the president would be interested or is considering working with left of center Democrats to push back on this?
Well, unfortunately, we don't seem to have too many of those left in the Democrat Party. We have literal self-proclaimed communists who are winning elections and who are claiming to be the new leadership of the Democrat Party. I think the vast majority of Americans understand the dangers of communism. Just look at countries all over this world. As an example, Cuba right now is a country that is about to be a failed state because of the communist policies of the past several decades. Communism should never be allowed to lead this country, and the president obviously is strictly opposed to it and all the dangers that it reaps. We've seen it happen across the world. Meredith.
Just to continue on the Saudi nuclear deal, do the Saudis agree with this interpretation since it wasn't part of the initial agreement? And has the president talked to MBS since this new condition was announced?
As you know, the president just put out this statement a few hours ago. I don't believe he's had a call with MBS in the hours since. However, this is something that he has raised in previous conversations and has also said many times in the past. John, in the back, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Carolyn. In regards to this deal, in the past, the Saudi government has said they will not consider entering into the Abraham Accords unless and until there's a Palestinian state. What makes you think that they're going to change their minds on their position regarding that?
Again, I won't get ahead of the president's conversations, but this is something that he feels very strongly about and has spoken about it in the past and will continue to uphold.
Can I ask you one other question? Sure. Just playing devil's advocate, why does Saudi Arabia get a civilian nuclear deal, but Iran doesn't get a civilian nuclear deal?
Well, again, this agreement is still being worked out. Well, it will eventually, hopefully, be finalized with the condition that the president spoke about this morning. But this agreement in particular, as it's been discussed thus far, does give priority access for American companies in the Saudi nuclear energy program, which will ultimately benefit American industry workers and supply chains. So the deal that has been discussed thus far and will continue to be discussed absolutely puts America first, and that's obviously very important to this president. Ed.
Thanks, Caroline. So Friday, the Section 122, the 10% global tariff, goes away. Is the president going to ask Congress for an extension, or what's next?
Well, I know the USTR, our great Jameson Greer, trade representative, will be having an announcement on that very soon, later today. I don't want to get ahead of him, so I would just tell you to stay tuned for more details.
Okay, and then one more on the president's going to have some big utility companies at this event later on today. We're now a year and a half, so to speak, into his energy policies. Is he going to pressure those executives to lower energy prices, not just maintain the prices?
Well, look, as I mentioned earlier, the Ratepayer Protection Pledge is a novel idea drawn up by this president and his team to ensure that data centers in communities, where those communities want data centers, that these big CEOs and energy companies are picking up the tab for the energy costs in these communities, so the American taxpayer not being fronted with those bills. And the pledge today is being expanded to acknowledge all elements involved in building and operating data center, the governors who appoint the state regulators who set the power prices, the utilities and the co-ops that sell the power, and in addition to the tech companies that have already signed the pledge. So you'll continue to hear more about that from the president in a few hours at 2:30 when he goes over to the EPA. Sophia.
Have you spoken to the president about what he wants to do about Chinese AI models if they are found to have stolen American IP? Does he want to sanction them? Or what actions can be taken without undermining broader U.S.-China trade talks or cutting off American startups that are increasingly reliant on them?
Sure. Well, I won't get ahead of the president on any potential actions, but obviously these conversations are taking place, and again, they're of the utmost importance, not just for our national security, but to ensure America remains dominant in this space. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions. Has President Trump spoken with FIFA President Gianni Infantino about his interest in nominating him for UN Secretary General, and can you explain his interest there? And secondly, just a minor point of clarification on the Saudi nuclear deal. Did Prime Minister Netanyahu request this provision?
Not to my knowledge, no. Again, as I told you, this was an idea the president has long had. It was the president and his team in the first term that began and signed the Abraham Accords with several countries in the region, between those countries and Israel. And the president obviously wants to expand on that historic accomplishment from his first term. To your first question about Gianni Infantino, I don't know if he and the president have discussed that. I haven't been present for all their conversations. I know they speak quite frequently, and the president has a lot of respect for Gianni and what he has done with FIFA. As we all just saw, the World Cup was a tremendous success here at home. It not only was hugely beneficial to our businesses and our local economies across the country, but I think it showed that America is the greatest country on earth, and the president is grateful to Gianni for all of the efforts that he had to make that dream a reality here in the United States.
And just so folks understand, you might one day, ostensibly, potentially, hear me like in that room asking questions. So we have to kind of listen to the press secretary. She's going to say some things that are just weird. The government officials say strange things. But if I want to go to these press conferences, I want to go meet Rigged Outcome, what you do is you get a week assignment at a time. Since I cover news on YouTube and I'm relatively compassionate towards this administration, I, let's say, am more fair to them than most news channels. I've critiqued everyone for now and again, but I'm very nice to Mr. President Trump because he was nice to my grandpa. So, long story short, I'll put an application in, and if I get selected for the YouTube seat for a week, I would go down there. And I think I would ask some good questions. We can do our coverage on location. They give you a spot on what do they call it, Pebble Beach there, where you get you can do Media Row. I can set up my streaming stuff on Media Row, which would be cool. And yeah. So I have to listen to her though, because she's in charge of who gets to go. So I have to understand where she's coming from, understand what her interests are. You have to be on very good terms with the press secretary, which I'm fine with. I think she does a good job. We don't agree ideologically on everything, but that's not my job. I'm not there to make political points. I'm there to find out what you have to say, cover it. But the other thing is, they will like that because I don't do it the other way. I won't black out something that you're saying because your political opponent doesn't want people to talk about it. You want to talk about it, that's fine. I'm going to cover it. But you better be ready for me to ask you questions. If you say this tax cut, 90% of it would benefit middle class Americans, I'm going to go read the bill, and I better see a CBO analysis showing me that 90% of Americans are going to benefit from this tax cut. Likewise, if you tell me that the opposition party is trying to raise taxes and that it would impact 95% of the population, I better be able to read a CBO analysis saying that, or I'm going to ask you, why does it say 70% when you said 95, and you better have an answer. But that's my job as a journalist. My job is not to just toe the party line. And if you're right, by the way, if you are right about your position, you're going to hear me up there being oh yeah, they nailed it. That's what the CBO said. They were right. Does that mean I'm going to agree with you ideologically on everything, though? No, never. I think that it's healthy for a representative democracy, even within your own party, to have people who agree with you on 7 out of 10 things. You need informed, benevolent dissent so you can make good policy. Anyway, so that's my opinion. Listen to everybody. You can't understand how a communist thinks unless you know communists. And even if you want to take down a communist or the Communist Party in China, you got to know how communists think. I learned this from Charles William Wiley, reading his obit and some of his CIA files. Okay, if you want to bring down Russia, you got to know how Putin thinks. And if you want to, I don't want to bring down the American government, I want to help it. If you want to make the American government better, you got to understand how it thinks. It all works in a similar way.
United States. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Is President Trump or the administration, do they have any plans to intervene in the extradition process for the Tate brothers?
No.
Ooh.
We've already answered that question. Elizabeth.
No intervention.
Okay. Said that election officials that knowingly allowed non-citizens to vote could be prosecuted and fined. Is this
Hi,
option being
Nanya.
considered in New Jersey after the governor revealed that thousands of non-citizens were registered to vote there?
Well, for any prosecutions, obviously, I would always defer you to the Department of Justice. But what I will say on New Jersey and this governor, the fact that she just all of a sudden decided to put out a press release saying President Trump and Republicans have been right about non-citizens on our voting
That's
rolls
true.
is not a coincidence. I think this governor is saying this because she realizes this administration is serious about getting to the bottom of illegal aliens voting
right.
and being on our voter rolls.
She's not wrong.
and our-
It was actually kind of surprising to see states, especially New Jersey, it's in the Northeast, it's kind of Republican though, but being like, yeah, they were right.
country. The Secretary of Homeland Security, as you know, sent a letter to several states, including New Jersey.
And you can say what you want about whether you think people who aren't citizens should be able to vote. Change the law if you want that on the federal level. It'll never happen, but that's not the law. Okay, you don't get to vote. First of all, do you understand some American citizens don't get to vote because they are felons or whatever? Okay, if they don't get to vote, then you don't get to vote if you're not a citizen. All right, either change the law or become a citizen. That's my feeling on that.
Requesting that non-citizens that are on their voter rolls need to be reported to DHS and need to be removed from those voter rolls. So that's why all of a sudden she is speaking truth about the fact that this does take place in states across the country. It is completely unacceptable to have non-citizens on American voter rolls voting in U.S. elections.
She's right. So I don't maybe I just don't understand. I will listen to anyone who has any opinion. Can someone explain to me the argument for why non-citizens should be able to vote as things stand under the current law in America? What is the argument there? I get they pay a lot of taxes, but the reason why they're paying taxes is because oftentimes they're here with permission to work on the condition that they pay taxes. They're not a citizen yet. They're like working on becoming a citizen with permission to work from the government. But that's not the same as being a citizen. Like the reason they get that ability to work and are taxed on it is like a benefit, it's not a right, of the immigration process. Okay? So I want to know where did this ideology even come from? That people who are not citizens can vote. Who came up with this? It doesn't make sense to me. The whole idea of America is that you become a citizen, you can vote, or you're a citizen and you reach a certain age and you don't have any disqualifying things on your record and you can vote. Who introduced into this discussion? Was it some like Hami? This idea of you don't have to do any of that, you can just vote. That's ridiculous.
And she says it's 6,600. We suspect it's a heck of a lot more, not just in New Jersey, but in states across the country. The president is hell-bent on getting to the bottom of this, and it's also why we need to pass the Save America Act to ensure that only U.S. citizens are voting in U.S. elections. And I understand.
Right, I understand. Listen, there's people who are liberal here, conservative. There are people from so many countries who watch this stream over the months that I've seen every possible political view. But I don't know anyone from any country, anywhere, who thinks other people from other countries should just be able to come to their country and vote. Whether you're in like the Middle East or Europe or Latin America or America. I know no one anywhere who has ever advocated that position. Maybe I just haven't talked to someone, though, who believes that.
The House had a great accomplishment yesterday with passing the budget resolution, which has as much of the Save America Act as possible, and we encourage the Senate to move forward with passing that resolution into law so the president can sign it into law by the August recess. It's of the utmost importance.
Well, Penny, listen, I agree with you. I do think that there's always an ideological motive to harp on misconduct, right? But what I want to know is, like, there are incidents. I've seen them. I just saw the news report. This is why I'm talking about this. I just saw the news report about New Jersey. There are documented instances where, for reasons I don't even know, because I need to research it more, this is not my area of expertise, but I can probably figure it out. People who are not U.S. citizens are able to get on the voter rolls and vote. Now, for me, let me just tell you how it works for me. I keep my voter registration active. Okay, I've been meaning to, I'm not in the party I'm designated as right now, but like in Massachusetts, once you're in a party, they just constantly re-enroll you in the damn thing. But I'm going to become unenrolled. Probably I'm going to become a Republican soon, but I'm more of like a Teddy Roosevelt style Republican, Williams Jennings Bryant, whatever you want to call it, Bull Moose style, like progressive Republican. But anyway, God bless you, Chrissy. I think they call it like a Republican with a heart. But please, tell me one Republican voter. I'm not talking about elected officials who, on the whole, whatever party they're in, are out of their mind. Tell me one Republican that you know that doesn't have a heart. Republicans are some of the kindest people in the United States, and they're very, very compassionate. They don't like broadcast it from the rooftops. That's not how they do it. But they are very compassionate people. Now, politicians, I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, well, on the whole, most of them are slimy. But the actual voting, have you ever met, like, sat down for dinner with a Republican, especially from the South? They are some of the nicest, welcoming people in the entire world. In fact, most people who are Republicans have more in common with like the welcoming familial-based social culture of the Middle East than they realize. So I think that's kind of cool. And they both, like Jesus, so that's cool. When people from the American South find out that Jesus is a like big part of the Holy Quran, mentioned 25 times, and that the Virgin Mother is like, there's a whole chapter of the Holy Quran about the Virgin Mother, it blows their mind. But yeah, my point remains the same. There is something to be said about sort of voting in my state. Okay, when I go to the rolls, even though I keep my voter registration active, inevitably, every year, they're like, oh, like, you didn't return the card. Like, can you go over to the other table? And you know what I have to do at that table? I have to show my identification, and I have to then sign a form being like, oh, yeah, like, I the card must have got lost in the mail, or that's me, whatever. And then I can go vote. And that happens every time, even though I keep the card active. So I don't even understand how these people who are not citizens are voting when I have to go in there and every year verify that not only I'm me, but that I have a issued state identification proving that I'm me. So I don't know.
Importance to this president, but also to the American people who support this bill overwhelmingly.
Oh yeah, Biggies, absolutely. No, baguette nuts, I agree with you. I don't mean to harp on it, but it does just make me wonder, where did this all come from?
Mary in the back.
I get a little mad
Two
sometimes.
questions, one on Sophia Cunningham and then on self-driving cars.
Sure.
Sophia Cunningham in the WNBA has been attacked as a MAGA Barbie for saying it's common sense for men to not be in women's sports and locker rooms. Is the president following this story, and has he reached out to her?
I don't believe he has reached out to her. I know he is following the story. As you know, this is something the president feels strongly about as well, and the American people do too, that men should not be playing in women's sports. It's completely ludicrous that anyone could support that. It's even more ludicrous that you do have Sophia Cunningham, a female athlete herself, very accomplished in her own right, coming forth and speaking that truth, that men shouldn't play in women's sports. We want to protect her.
All right, let me just lay this out so everyone understands. I'm not going to comment on every issue. I'm in a mood today, apparently. The way we do it in Massachusetts is the right way to do it. If there is a male and female version of a sport, then the people who are men, biological men, well, we're probably different now, but this is how it was for a while, play on the men's team. The people who are biologically female play on the females' team. If there is no equivalent sport, for example, field hockey, we only have female field hockey. There was this guy from Germany in my high school who really liked field hockey. Do you think it would be fair to him to say to him he can't play field hockey? No, they let him play field hockey. Okay? Likewise, if a girl wants to play football, there is no alternative to American football for girls in high school here. She gets to play football. She can kick, she can be on the line. I mean, like, whatever. It's her choice. I got no problem with it. But that standard is fine. The only time there's a problem is something like baseball. And the Supreme Court in Massachusetts, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, already decided that softball and baseball are not equivalent. So if a girl wants to play men's baseball in Massachusetts, she can. If a man wants to play female softball in Massachusetts, he can. That doesn't mean they have to change together. whatever. But that's a very reasonable way to do it. As long as there's an equivalent, they should each have their own team. If there's no equivalent, they can play with each other. That's how it had worked for like 40 years. There's never been a problem.
Women and girls, and the backlash she is receiving from Democrats and left-wing figures across the country is astonishing. They are...
And listen, I have seen some girls who can hit a baseball way farther than some guys. So if they want to, I think they have a right to play baseball. Likewise, I think a guy has a right to play softball. I just don't think they have a right to change with the opposite gender. That's
clearly very out of touch with the American public on this issue, which again is an 80-20 issue. It's common sense. It's rooted in basic biological fact that men should not be competing against women on playing fields across the country. Sure.
Self-driving cars. There's legislation right now to ban China's self-driving car technology from U.S. roads. Does the White House have a position on this? And broadly, how does the president feel about self-driving cars himself?
Well, you know, the president did have a red Tesla here at the White House for quite some time, so he's a supporter of them. I know he's purchased some self-driving cars for his family members, his grandchildren, so I think he supports them and Americans who want to...
Nunya said they got lit up once during hockey by a girl, which it happens. Listen, I was playing baseball. We had multiple girls who were really, really good at baseball. Fine. I have no objection to you playing baseball with me. Like, throw the ball. I'll try to hit it. Like, whatever. Like, I don't have a problem with it. I don't understand why people have a problem with that. I understand why people have a problem with, you know, opposite genders when there's an alternative available. That, because then they just, like, it's an unfair competitive advantage. It's no different than having elevated testosterone levels under the International Olympic Committee rules. It's not fair. But if you're just voluntarily choosing to play and there's no alternative, I'm all about it.
Want to drive them.
And if you succeed at it, that's great. Good for you. Like, prove people wrong. I'm all about it.
With that said, I don't know about the specific legislation. I will check in with our Legislative Affairs Office and we'll get you a statement on that. Okay. Reagan.
One question for you on Thune and then one on Darlene Graham. The president seemed yesterday frustrated with Leader Thune when he was speaking in Georgia. Is his patience running out with Leader Thune? And then the president recently endorsed Darlene Graham right after her appointment to Senate. What caused him to endorse her so quickly?
The president met with Darlene and thought she will be a great representative for the great people of South Carolina and will carry on her brother's legacy of public service in that beautiful state. So the president is fully supportive of Darlene and her honorable decision to run and again to continue her brother's legacy.
Hi, Mama.
With respect to your first question on, remind me.
Yes.
Is running out. Look, the president spoke about this directly yesterday.
Hi, Classic Clippy.
He wants to see as much of the Save America passed as possible by the August recess. He knows that's what the American people want to see passed. He was just traveling on the road yesterday, spoke about this, and there was a very loud applause from the people in the audience, the everyday Americans, because voter ID is common sense. They want proof of citizenship in our elections, and the president feels very strongly about that. And I would just add, you know, the American people elected overwhelmingly Republicans to lead not just this White House, but also the House and the Senate. The House did its job. The Senate needs to do its job too. I know it's a brief briefing today, but you're going to hear from the president directly twice today at 2:30 and also at 4:30.
All right, you heard it. The president will be speaking at 2:30 and 4:30. All right, so listen, why do reporters, when there's a war going on and U.S. soldiers are dying, why is all they care about, like, very superficial issues? And I'm talking both sides of the aisle. All they care about is politics. That's why news is terrible. Like, I have to watch the briefing, especially if I want to go to them. But there are serious things going on in the world, and you got them asking about Sophie Cunningham. God bless Sophie Cunningham. I'm happy for her. I hope Caitlin Clark stops being, like, assaulted on the court and people respect her. What's the WNBA doing? Seriously, they had their one chance to break out. They lose millions of dollars a year, and they got the superstar, generational superstar. Imagine if Barcelona was like, yeah, like, Messi's a generational superstar, but, like, the rest of the league doesn't like that he's so good. And, you know, he's from Argentina. He's not really from Spain. So let's just not use him in our advertising. And let's, like, let him, like, get beaten up on the field to the point where he doesn't want to play anymore and is, like, broken down. Yeah, that would be a great idea. What? Seriously. I've never met a league. I've never seen a professional sports league like the WNBA that intentionally sabotages itself constantly and then complains about the amount of revenue that it gets. It's ridiculous. Please, I was so interested in Caitlin Clark's run. What was she, at Nova or something? She went to, like, she, like, lit up the college basketball scene. She was going to do something big for the WNBA, and that league ruined it. They're so stupid. Sophie Cunningham is her teammate. Sophie Cunningham's a boss. You mess with Caitlin Clark, Sophie Cunningham's gonna point a finger at you. That's that woman. She's great. She's hilarious. And then the funny thing is she's so unapologetically just like a boss that she was the ring girl at a UFC event. And she's like, yeah, take that, feminism. That's empowerment for you. And, you know, say what you will. I think she's great. All right, so now I'm going to give you the IRGC statement published yesterday morning. Actually, that was just a preview of the statement. We'll get to the statement in a second. I'll show you the Beban Khuzestan attack now from Iran yesterday morning, July 22nd. Hi, Nikki King. Hello, Miss FAFO. Well, that's what happens when you're a public figure in the spotlight. People just have opinions. Now, honestly, the way I think about it is I have my own, moral opinions. But if you're in government, you have a duty to listen to everyone and think about what is best for the society. So the only time I get frustrated is when I feel like people aren't listening to each other. So as long as you listen, I'm happy. And I thought a lot of you, even during those very domestic politics in America, is very contentious. You're outside of when people actually meet each other and talk in person, ideologically it's contentious. But you all, even among those intense conversations, not all of you saw eye to eye, to put it lightly, but you were all very compassionate and kind towards each other, and I'm grateful for that. And by the way, sometimes when we cover President Trump talking about the war, he just, we're 10 minutes in and he's talking about building buildings. So you just got to roll with it when you cover politics. It's a little weird. And they say war is politics by other means. No, politics is war by other means. Absolutely, Miss FAFO. I understand. I take everything all politicians say with a grain of salt. They might believe something, but most of the time, they're out there to run cover for their various, paymasters, operatives, etc. All right, I'm getting you caught up. That was Beban Khuzestan yesterday morning. Now I'm going to show you the fall of debris. It was actually a successful intercept over Jordan, seen from Eilat, Israel, yesterday morning. I agree, Mishigama. War is bail. War is bad, and war is bail. All right, so that was the intercept over Jordan yesterday. Now I'm going to show you scenes going back to July 17th from inside the American base in Jordan when it was hit. These are soldiers running. That's a body cam. A soldier is running into his bunker. I thought war was haram until I read the passage in the Quran that says you can fight if you're attacked. Good. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, they're in a bunker right now, Larson. The lights are off. Hello, my friend. Good to see you.
Guys, off the walls if we can. Try to get a TBI.
That is very eerie footage. That is very eerie footage. And it's the reality of what our soldiers are facing on the ground. And they may not show it to you on American news, but it is very real. And that was just 4 days ago, maybe 5, probably July 17th or 18th of 2026 in Jordan. Now I'm going to show you footage yesterday at the American base in Syria. Hey, so that was the American position in Syria. Here is a geolocation of the shelter position that I showed you in the last footage. Okay, and that's the American base. That's a soldier running out of the building into the shelter. Okay, and they're not hardened. I want you to understand the reason why this is bad is we're trying to protect our troops with these like temporary metal shelters that are above ground from Iranian hypersonic ballistic missile fire. That's why they're just picking our troops off. You must understand. We had to pull them out. It was that bad. Now I'm going to show you footage the IRGC released yesterday of attacks launched towards the U.S. troop compound at Al Rukban in Jordan yesterday, July 22nd, 2026. Could be loud. So that was the footage from the IRGC yesterday. Those are some serious missiles. Now I'm going to show you the update from yesterday in Saudi Arabia, where for the second time in 5 days, Saudi Arabia and American positions therein were shelled by Iran. Now I'm going to show you a great drawing of yours truly by Donchinko74. His name is Chris. You can find him on X. Okay, Don Chianchinko. All right, he drew that of yours truly. Now, what do you think? All right, is it apropos? I think it's great. I think it came out really good. It really captures my likeness. I think he drew it by hand. He's a very talented artist. What do you think? That's me. I'm a Tao. I've never, I've been flattered in my life. Standing Stones is an excellent artist. But, I'm flattered, okay? To see myself in all my glory, just up there, I want to get it framed, I'm a Tao. That's me. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Tao. I had a suit on. I had a tie. He's great. He's a great artist. I'm so glad you all like it. Hashtag I am a Tao. You're looking at Double Tao right now. See what I mean? You know what I mean? I think it came out really well. I give it a 10 out of 10. Looks like a baseball announcer. Yeah! I feel, well, a lot of people say I could be horse racing announcer Tao, or I could be auctioneering Tao. It really depends on what's going on. If there's like 40 things going on at the same time, I can go into auctioneering and announcer Tao mode, and I could just rapidly rattle off as many things as you need to know as fast as humanly possible. You know what I'm saying? Good morning, Vietnam. So, yeah, I take a lot of my inspiration from my war coverage from the movie Good Morning Vietnam. I don't try to take things lightly. I take the role that I have very seriously. But I believe that it insulates your brain from trauma when I do a little bit of, like, entertainment. And that's what Robin Williams did when he was... And that was a real guy, by the way. Valhalla, I will take a look at the footage. I don't know if I have time to fact check before lunch, but I'll let you know if I've seen it before. That, let's see, it hasn't loaded up yet. Yeah, it's real footage, but that's not the why I don't intend to go into it is the attacks that were the most grievous were on Al Nasser Hospital and Al Shifa. If you Google Al Shifa, you'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah, I would imagine, just like Israel, Hamas builds shelters under hospitals. But at the same time, like the attacks on Al Shifa and Al Nasser Hospital were completely uncalled for. Yes, indeed, Big E's. Hello, Flower. How you doing? Logo says, with the knowledge you have about everything going on in the world, what do you think will happen in the next few years? Well, I imagine this conflict will end without Iran falling. I think there eventually will be a negotiated solution, probably by the fall of 2026, right before the midterms. Get a bump for the Republicans in the polls. Mr. President gets his peace prize, even though he bombed a lot of people. I don't know what the deal is going to look like. I imagine it will represent like a new or like multipolar axis in the world. Iran as one head of it. More like a NATO for the Gulf run by Iran. Instead of the Gulf Cooperation Council, closer to like a regional axis around Iran and Southeast Asia, Southwest Asia. And then like the BRICS will fragment. You'll see China and Russia continue to fragment. Russia's way too extreme militarily. China is an economic powerhouse with a declining population. They're going to run into the Japan problem. So I would say, like, China will go off on its own. They probably won't try to take Taiwan. They're too vulnerable population-wise. Like, they have an aging population. You look at, right now, primary school data versus secondary school versus university data in China. Oh, my God. Like, it's 10 to 10 to 1. 10 to 5 to 1. There's very few pupils in primary schools in China. There's some in secondary education. There's more in university. But on the whole, they have a declining population curve. Their baby boom already happened. We are rebuilding after the crash, following, like, countries live and die based on their populations. And we went through a population boom after World War II. It went down a lot, and America is redefining its role in the world based on a declining population curve. China hasn't done that yet. They're going to be forced to do so. It's a reckoning. Japan had to deal with it on a smaller scale, and it's brutal for your domestic economy. You have to sustain an aging population without a younger industrial working base, and so your GDP gets ravaged by social spending. So in any event, it's really bad, and it's going to get worse. in some sense, but it's also changing for the better in other regards. I think the BRICS collapsing is positive for America. I think you'll see a shift from American influence in the Middle East to a New Monroe doctrine in Latin America. It's easier for America to assert geopolitical empire building in the Latin American sphere in Central America than it is to enforce it in the Middle East. One, it's closer here to the oil, although it's harder to move around. It's more sludgy, especially Venezuelan oil. We can deal with it. Just build more pipelines. Each one will be restricted in the amount it can bring up to the Gulf Coast, and then if people want to buy oil from here, great. Make it accessible, like build an entire oil export industry based on geopolitical economic imperialism based on petroleum in Latin America, and then that sort of allows the American empire to reflourish, and then the Persian Gulf will do their thing. I see Israel as the big loser here, probably forced to accede to the 67 borders. I see Lebanon as emerging relatively similar to it was before the conflict, but with more of a Hezbollah influence in the 55 communities in the south, and also in the south of Beirut. And then I see Syria staying the way it is, Western backed, same with Jordan, but like always on the verge of being sympathetic to Iran. Iraq, I see could fall probably to a more like Muslim influenced, like Shia influenced government. Oman, I think, will stay the same. Yemen, I think the Houthis will successively conquer more territory and eventually like assert dominance over most of the country, except for in the Far East, where Al-Qaeda will still have some like remnants. It's very factional and tribal in the east of Yemen. Where else? And then Africa's going to be a flashpoint. I don't know where the conflicts are going to be. Probably Djibouti, Somaliland, etc., etc. Africa is going to be a flashpoint because although America probably won't be involved, like a lot of European countries and China and Russia are all racing for mineral rights in Africa. There's a lot of military bases, not just in Djibouti off the Bab el-Mandab Strait, but also throughout the countries in Africa itself. A lot of military bases from a lot of different countries. Djibouti has more military bases from more countries than anywhere else in the entire world per capita, and they're from almost every country you can imagine. China's Belt and Road Initiative, I think, is a strong indicia that they're like angling to be an imperialistic force in Africa. I also see the emergence of intersea cables, like undersea internet cables, in running parallel to the American-built system, becoming a serious threat to American economic hegemony. We built the undersea cables that facilitate the flow of internet traffic, but then we started spying on people, you know what I'm saying, Prism, Data Upstream, Project Echelon, etc., etc., etc. And as a result, other countries like China started building a parallel undersea internet network, which I think will be like a major like player. That'll be a big thing in the next like 5 years. So yeah, I think like four corners of the world, like U.S. in like the American continent region, Iran's axis in the Gulf of Persia, the Persian Gulf, Southwest Asia, and then Russia in like their area, and then China in its area, with the EU very dependent on America, as Britain will be, in order to like ward off Russian incursions in like Transnistria and Moldova and Ukraine. I think Ukraine will stand. Ukraine will not fall. It will stand as a bulwark. It'll join NATO, and then the war will end. The day Ukraine joins NATO is the day that war ends. And then I think we'll see some Russian influence peddling, as I mentioned, in Transnistria, in Belarus, along the like NATO front, especially near Kaliningrad, that exclave oblast that used to be Königsberg. You'll see a lot of like Russian pushing to try to like take European territory, but you'll see NATO be a bulwark against that. And then I think that'll be mostly it. I think that's how it'll play out. We'll see peace, mostly. There might be a little bit more war. And then things could get a little rocky economically. And there's got to be like a regeneration of economic production by America, or we're going to go into a dangerous direction where we really outsourced and like we let a very small group of very wealthy international finance and investor class type people like strip the country of its resources, like deplete like the quality of life, like reduce work-life balance, and then just like say, what are you going to do about it? So we got to take it back from them a little bit. They're going to learn a little bit of a juridical lesson in representative democracy. It's not going to be quite the free silver movement of 1896, but yeah, we're not commies by any means. But you're going to find some pretty mad people about the amount of wealth that was stripped out of the United States and centralized in the hands of a few very malicious international actors who have no loyalty to this country or any other for that matter, and who would live on islands and abuse children all day if they could, if we let them. But that's not happening, so good luck with that. So yeah, that's my prediction about what's going to happen in the next few years. Smoke rising off the coast of Israel. I'll check Valhalla. I'll check. It could be the British base in Cyprus. Hold, please. Also depends on who reports it. Let me check. Hold, please. Let me check the Telegram. Hold on. Hold, please. Let's see if anybody posted anything about Ashkelon. Hold, please. Anything about Ashkelon? Hold, please. That's Vahid. Hold on. There's definitely attacks in Kuwait right now. There was explosions in the Kuwaiti port. I don't see anything about Ashkelon. Lebanese defense vehicle. I'm not saying it's impossible. When did he post it? 11:58 a.m. I don't see any chatter about it on the Arab channels. Where did he post it from? Salim News? It could be a fire of some kind on a boat. We'll monitor it, Valhalla, but I don't think it's an attack. There was a direct hit in Kuwait. There's no doubt about that. We're doing our catch-up, though, and we will come back for live coverage once we have finished our catch-up. Let me check Ali. Let me check the Ali breaking feed. Yes, this is legit. So this is a recent hit in Kuwait. WW3 monitor, just so you know, Valhalla, they're okay, but not 100%. This is Kuwait right now. Reza, on your right, it could be, but I need to see a couple more angles. That's not... You can't see, I don't know if you can see Cyprus from Ashkelon. I don't know. I just don't know. They could have hit a ship. We'll find out. This is Kuwait right now. Kuwait has just been hit again. In the middle of Kuwait.
Oh my God.
He said, oh my God.
पुरै जल है यार यो त पुरै सलला लगाइदिएछ त है यार यो त कहाँ यार यो त गर्मी हेर त.
So I'm not exactly sure. That is definitely confirmed. I don't know where that is in Kuwait. Let us keep going with our catch-up, and so when things play out today, we'll have them ready to update you on. I showed you the fires in Erbil. Oh, I want to play just a snippet of this song. It's absolutely ridiculous. It has nothing to do... It's just a clip. It's not the full song. Fervent is great. I just want to say, this is just a short clip. I played this clip on repeat like 60 times, okay? Now, this girl, she has a cousin that works in the Norfolk DA's office. She is obviously not dancing to the song Proctor Defender. She was actually dancing to a song with a slur in it, and we wouldn't listen to that on the stream, but Proctor Defender clip, oh yeah.
The life of a Proctor Defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender.
It's better than the Puerto Rico song.
life of a Proctor Defender.
And there's a full version of the song. You don't understand. I play it over and over.
Proctor Defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender.
Oh, it's so good.
That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender.
Oh, I could listen to that song all day. I told you, oh, we're screwed now. The Iranians are going to be so confused.
Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender.
I mean, she's great. She's just so good at dancing, you know?
That's the life of a Proctor Defender.
And the best part is they work so hard. They think they're so good at PR. Fervent just ran down on them. It was great. Also, I have wonderful news. From the Pennsylvania State Police, I would like to let you all know that Trooper Melendez Soto from PSP Bethlehem found a goat wandering on the road in the area of Old Post Road and Levens Road, North Whitehall Township in Lee County yesterday. A local farmer took possession until the Pennsylvania State Police can determine the owner of the goat. You know, this was yesterday. I know you all need your goat-based news, so I would like to let you know that the Pennsylvania State Police saved that goat. They were so proud. Look how proud they are of saving that goat. Look at the man. Look at this man. He has never been as accomplished in his entire law enforcement career. He is beaming with pride that he saved that goat. This other officer, look at him. Look at him. He is so pleased. The goat is not very pleased. The goat is very upset. But the state trooper, look at him. He's having the time of his life. He looks so proud of himself. He's managed to secure the little baby goat. Now, I'm a little concerned. This man does not need to be holding that goat's horn. He really doesn't. I can't fault him because he's so proud. He must have, it's like a fireman or something. He's just so excited that they saved that goat. He wants to make sure the goat is okay. But you don't have to hold the goat's horn. The goat does not like that. These guys have no idea what they're doing. If there was ever an embodiment of the phrase, I have no idea what I'm doing, it is that trooper and that fireman trying to triage a goat stuck on a road. Oh my God. No, you don't understand. What's going on here is these two men live in an area with farmers, but they were not farmers. Or shepherds. They have no freaking idea what to do with this goat. The state cop, at least he knows generally what to do. Like, support its neck and its underbelly and, like, try not to piss it off. The other guy, I didn't look closely at this. The other guy is just holding the goat's horn. That's a terrible idea. The goat is sticking out its tongue, its little baby goat, and he's like, why are you doing this to me? Everything would have been fine. You don't understand. He just didn't have to pull on the goat's horn. They did such a good job. But look at the goat. The goat is like these morons. Oh, this is hilarious. Oh my God. No. Classic Clippy, I know. I know that the goat would probably be spitting and, like, bucking its head. But, like, they had to think about that before they secured the goat. There's so many ways to do this that don't involve gripping one horn of a goat with your hand. The goat's gonna get really mad. They could have put the goat in a container. They could have walked it up a trailer. There's just grabbing it by the horn and smiling is not the best idea. Oh my God. The people, the shepherds in Lebanon are probably like, that is not how you do that. Oh, Curb Your Corruption. If there is footage of this, I want it. All right? Listen, I think this was good training for the state police. They did the right thing. They got the goat off the road. They got it to a farmer. I think the best idea here, I know they were like dealing with an emergency situation. I just want to tell you all, the best idea would have probably been to bring the farmer, or at least an animal control officer, to the highway and then ask them, like, how should we get the goat off the road? And then they would have been like, well, you can use my trailer. But that, you know, the goat's going to be a little bit shooken up. It's going to be very traumatized. I hope they gave that goat a lot of milk and some hay. I hope the farmer was very nice to it. Yeah, the goat has the facial expression of "you're lucky this man is holding me back." Oh God. Well, I guess that's your mental decompression break. I did promise you goats because we met our goal. I'm not doing another goal because I'm gonna go hang out with Towel Girlfriend. But before we do that, I have to take you to what happened yesterday night. Okay, so yesterday around, I don't know, 4 p.m. Eastern, but it was nighttime. There was C-Ram. Yep, that's the C-Ram. Over Herbal. No, I do understand. Classic Clippy did help me understand that he was restraining the goat because, you know, they didn't, it was bucking its head. I'm just trying to convey that, like, a little foreplanning. They could have put the goat in a nice, like, comfortable trailer full of hay. Everybody would have been happy. The goat would have been happy. I would have been happy. The goat didn't look too happy. Here's more C-Ram over Herbal. I know it didn't go burr yet. Oh, you're about to hear it go burr. And yes, as is always the case, if there is breaking news tonight, I will be back at a moment's notice. By the way, remember I told you about that Iranian cluster munition that they've now used for the 4th time? I tried to tell you all. They're trying to send a message that they're going to start firing this. It is not a drone intercept. I've proven that now. That is a cluster munition. Look at the poof. Curb Your Corruption. The goat's face is hilarious. The goat's like, how dare you, sir? Let go of my horn. Hi, Crazy Sammy. So good to see you. You all are wonderful. But yes, I want you all to get a look at this, because when this comes up again, time and time, I'm going to be like, we saw this coming. They telegraphed it. That is an Iranian cluster munition. This is the 4th time they used it. This was over Herbal. They've used it once in the daytime, over Herbal, 3 times at night, 2 times at night. This is the 2nd now, and 1 time over Kuwait or Bahrain. I don't remember. Flower, I agree. Won't someone stand up for the rights of the goats? If we won't, who will? But that is an Iranian cluster munition. There's no doubt about it. I've seen 4 different videos of them now. They're getting ready to launch these things. Notice, that's a signature Iranian missile. It looks like the Khorram Sharhar, right? It looks like it, but it's not. It's tightly compacted cluster munition fragments, but notice the Iranian signature. They stay lit in the sky and fall slowly. It's a psychological weapon. They're trying to say they have new weapons. And it's not a white phosphorus bomb. It might have white phosphorus tips. I can't tell. But that is just a cluster munition. And I don't even know what that is. No one's identified it for me. No one's been able to give it a name. No one really knows what is in the tips of those MIRV warheads. So this is a completely new missile. And I'm not being hyperbolic. I've been tracking the deployment of this missile over the past 10 days. It's been used 4 times. The Iranians are trying to tell us something. Hi, Marsha, my friend. You're so wonderful. God bless you. It's good to see you, sweet Southern honey. How are you? And Kindergarten Cop sister, how are you doing? And Rekka, hello, my friend. But yes, so you are, whatever you're looking at, I want you to just remember, this is the 3rd or 4th time we talked about it. When they fire this thing, during whatever's coming, they were trying to tell people they had it. They were trying to say, don't do this. Like, they use Erbil and Kuwait as like a testing ground for missiles. They're trying to say, don't do it. We're going to fire this, and I don't know how anyone's going to stop that thing. And I'm pretty sure that thing can set fire to, like, structures. I'm pretty sure the point of that is to cause a fire over a massive area. It's 140 bomblets. Yes, I agree, but it's not a Khorram Sharhar. From the speed at which it's falling, from the type of missile, that is not a Khorram Sharhar. I just know it with all my heart. It is a cluster munition. It might have similar tech as the Khorram Sharhar bomblets, but it's a cluster munition. A Khorram Sharhar is an MIRV with bomblets. That is a traditional cluster munition. That is probably launched off of the head of a ballistic missile, but I can't tell. And it's meant to intimidate. When they fire these type of missiles, they're trying to send a message, and we're not listening. It could be white phosphorus. They could be tipped. I'm hearing reports that Iran has started to use incendiary munitions. That's correct. And remember, they said they had a battlefield surprise. We are not listening. And you don't understand what this will do to Tel Aviv or any other very highly populated civilian center. It will cause... it is firebombing. They aren't saying it. They are threatening. They show. They don't tell. They are threatening to firebomb civilians. And they have firebombs. Those are probably incendiary tipped cluster munitions. I can't confirm it. I can't. Because I don't know what it is. Somebody in the military in the U.S., I imagine, knows what that is. But this is a new weapon. So I don't know, but Iran hasn't even claimed this. Yep. But what I will tell you is, whatever it is aside, it's a message. Setting aside what the actual components are of this missile, that is a message. It's the fourth one. They're trying to tell you they're going to use it, and I think it is an incendiary cluster munition. Now, this is going to be loud. You all know what happens when a CRAM goes burr. I want to warn you, the CRAM is about to go burr. Kuwait's Ali Al-Sam base has been hit again just now. The American base in Kuwait has been hit again just now, twice in the last 20 minutes. Yeah, Goering learned a serious lesson during the Blitz. You know, Goering learned a lesson at Dunkirk, actually. Well, he learned his first lesson during the evacuation at Dunkirk. He failed. Thank God. That was God's intervention right there. So, that's the CRAM. It goes burr. It was very hot over Iraq last night. Now, Jordan got hit again last night. I want you to listen. We got hit again. That is an Iranian hypersonic hitting our troops again in Jordan. We don't even know what happened last night. This was last night in Jordan. Here was Mr. President speaking yesterday about Iran at his rally.
And that's with this skirmish we have going on. I call it a skirmish. This is with this skirmish we have with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and I call it that because let me tell you that
Mr. President said to Channel 12 last hour, I'm considering a massive attack, bigger than anything in the past. I'm close to making a decision.
Getting hit so hard, and they want to make a deal, but I say they're not ready to make a deal. because every time they make a deal, they want to change it and everything. They're not ready. They'll be ready very soon.
Yeah, I think you all should brace. So over today and tomorrow, something is about to happen. I don't know if it's going to be like right now. I'm going to go eat lunch after we do our catch up. We're not fully done. Something's about to go down. I don't know what. It's bad. It's ominous. Mr. President does not normally make threats while the stock market is open. And shelters don't normally open in Israel. There was a holiday weekend in Israel this week on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Maybe Friday, Saturday. I don't know the exact dates. There was just an Israeli holiday as well. I think that started yesterday. You should be very much alert. So is Towel News. And if anything happens, even during lunch, I will be back with you live. I don't know when. I don't know what's going to happen. I wish I could tell you. I have some sense of what it's going to be, but I cannot predict. I can't. Last night, Surik and Bushehr were hit. Then Mashahar was hit. Then Dara, Syria was hit again. Then the Yemeni armed forces put out a statement after hitting two Saudi tankers off the coast between Saudi Arabia and Yemen. I'm going to show you the statement from the Houthis right now with English captions. Who translated it? Me, Amatel. All right, here you go. So this, and it is our man from the Houthis. He gets very mad. I know Tiffany. Listen, Kofi. This man is angry. He's not going to hurt Bunny Towel Mom, but he does get really mad. Yeah, Flower, you're right.
بيان صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قال تعالى وكان حقا علينا نصر المؤمنين صدق الله العظيم في إطار كسر الحصار الظالم والغاشم الذي يفرضه العدو السعودي على شعبنا العزيز منذ 12 عاما وتثبيتا لمعادلة الحصار بالحصار وتأكيدا على حق شعبنا العظيم في مواجهة الظلم والطغيان السعودي الأمريكي واسترداد ثرواته وحقوقه المشروعة نفذت القوات المسلحة اليمنية عملية عسكرية نوعية استهدفت سفينتين نفطيتين سعوديتين خالفت قرار الحظر الصادر عن القوات المسلحة في البحر الأحمر إحداهما تحمل اسم إنسيليا والأخرى ليلى وذلك بعدد من الصواريخ البالستية والمجنحة والطائرات المسيرة وكانت الإصابة دقيقة بفضل الله وعونه وتسببت في نشوب حريق كبير فيهما بفضل الله وفي نفس السياق فقد أجبرت القوات المسلحة اليمنية ما يقارب 10 سفن على التراجع والعودة إن القوات المسلحة اليمنية ستواصل عملياتها البحرية ضد العدو السعودي وإنها مستمرة في فرض معادلة الحصار بالحصار وتؤكد للعدو السعودي أن أي حماقة أو عدوان يستهدف به بلدنا فسيقابل بعمليات كبيرة في عمق أراضيه وستكون عواقبها عليه وخيمة بإذن الله وقوته. تحيي القوات المسلحة اليمنية أبناء شعبنا العظيم على خروجهم المشرف في الميادين والساحات وتؤكد لهم استمرارها في استرداد حقوقه ورفع الحصار عنه بإذن الله تعالى. والله حسبنا ونعم الوكيل نعم المولى ونعم النصير. عاش اليمن حرا عزيزا مستقلا والنصر لليمن ولكل أحرار الأمة. صنعاء 8 صفر 1448 للهجرة الموافق 22 يوليو 2026 صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية.
So the context there is that Saudi Arabia and Yemen have been fighting for a while. Now, Yemen, of course, is divided. It's been in a civil war for a long time, about 12 years, maybe more, maybe 20. There's a group called the Houthis. Mr. Houthi in the 1990s and 2000s was in the Yemenis parliament. He got expelled, he went up to the north of Yemen, he got bombed out in a cave, and then his followers started a movement called the Houthi movement. And that is indeed what is the spokesman for the Houthi movement is who you just heard speaking right there. Whether he's AI or not, I don't know. His voice did kind of crack at the end there, so maybe he's a human. Nonetheless, The Houthis control a large part of northern Yemen. They are an Iranian proxy. If Iran's the baseball team, the Major League Baseball team, the Houthis are the AA affiliate. Okay, the AAA affiliate are Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Mujahideen for the Islamic Resistance in Lebanon, the single A are the Blood Guardians, an umbrella group that's basically the Mujahideen for the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. The Houthis are not the Mujahideen for the Islamic Resistance in Yemen. They're their own group that is very hostile to Saudi Arabia because they don't like that Saudi Arabia is so pro-Western. In fact, that's why Mr. Houthi left the Yemenis parliament. He did not like that Yemen at the time was trending to be more pro-Western. Now, to make this more complicated, in the south of Yemen, you got a group that we're going to call the Yemenis National Council. They call themselves all sorts of things. They're very factionalized. They're backed by Saudi Arabia. They are fighting a war with the Houthis for control of territory in Yemen. But it gets more complicated because in the east of Yemen, there's Al-Qaeda in Yemen, which came out of Saudi Arabia. Okay, Al-Qaeda for the Saudi Arabian Peninsula. And America bombs them. Now, the Houthis control the strait between Africa and the southwest of the Saudi Arabian Peninsula called the Bab al-Mandab Strait. Okay, traffic flows from the Suez Canal into the Red Sea, out of the Bab al-Mandab Strait. Then you can go like into the Indian Ocean and go where you got to go. Same thing, other side of the Saudi Arabian Peninsula on the southeast. Okay, you got to go out of the Persian Gulf, through the Strait of Hormuz, out of the Strait of Hormuz, where into the Indian Ocean, wherever you got to go. All right, same concept. Now, both of those straits, for different reasons, allow, especially the Suez Canal through Red Sea, through Bab al-Mandab route, allows you to bypass, if you're coming from Europe or going to Europe, the Cape of Good Hope and South Africa. Now, we love South Africa. Hello, Tao girlfriend, you're so wonderful. Hello, all the Tao friends in South Africa, you're all wonderful. Hello, Shannon and Michael Brown. God bless all of you. The point is, you want to avoid that. It costs a lot of time and money to go around, and you don't want to. It's like the doldrums, like Drake's Passage, south of Latin America. You don't want to go south in the water, south of South Africa. It's very dangerous as a shipping route. There's just a lot of high winds. You're close to basically like Antarctica. It's not a good idea. So anyway, God knows how that works. But the point is, you end up in either route, but especially the Bab al-Mandab route, like needing to go through the piece of land or buy the piece of land controlled by either the Houthis or Iran. So it's a way for Iran to assert geopolitical dominance in the region. You see what they're working on? All right, so that's what's going on in Yemen. Now, Saudi Arabia has been fighting the Houthis on the southern border of Saudi Arabia, the northern border of Yemen. But what you must understand, there are no people in the south of Saudi Arabia. There's nothing there. It's very dangerous. The air, it's so crystal clear, and the sun is so intense. There's just nothing there but oil fields and like solar arrays. There's no towns. People only live in Saudi Arabia on the coast, Riyadh, and then on the other coast near looking at Africa. They don't live, maybe like in the north there's a few cities, but on the whole they don't live in the south of Saudi Arabia. There's no people there. It's a smuggling route, in fact. That's how a lot of Iranian weapons get into Yemen. That's why Al-Qaeda for the Saudi Arabian Peninsula ended up in Yemen, because to like fight Saudi Arabia as Al-Qaeda, you gotta be in South Saudi Arabia. You can't fight them in the cities. Mecca and Medina might be a little bit more inland in Saudi Arabia, but the reason why those are cities is that they're holy places. But the population centers in Saudi Arabia are mostly on the water. So Saudi Arabia, though, does have some airports and things like that in the south, and also a lot of oil fields. They've been in a war with the Houthis since 2014. The Houthis bomb them, they bomb the Houthis. There's a ceasefire, technically, between Saudi Arabia and the Houthis that's been in effect since 2014. Okay? And Saudi Arabia, though, has kept up a air blockade, preventing like planes from flying into Yemen. In the past 10 days, Iran started sending civilian planes into Yemen. Saudi Arabia bombed the airport in Sana'a. The plane landed anyway. That was intense. And then the plane left, and then the Houthis started bombing airports in Saudi Arabia. Then yesterday, the Houthis announced a blockade of not the airspace in Saudi Arabia, but the shipping coming out of Saudi Arabia through the Bab al-Mandab, through the Red Sea, and that's why those ships got attacked, and that's what you saw right there. I think MBS wanted to take Yemen, but he can't. Saudi can't risk being attacked more by Iran. Saudi and Iran do not like each other, but they have like a it's kind of like Saudi and Qatar. Qatar can't withstand an Iranian bombardment. Neither can Saudi. So they try to placate, and the UAE is similar. They try to placate Iran. Notice Iran hasn't bombed Dubai or UAE at all. Not Abu Dhabi, not that strategic port in the south near Oman. Nothing. They bombed Qatar this week. They bombed Oman. They bombed Kuwait. They bombed Bahrain. They bombed Jordan. They bombed Syria. They bombed Iraq. They did not bomb UAE. They bombed some ships near UAE. But they didn't bomb UAE. Why? UAE paid them, and well. Saudi paid them not enough. And the Qatar clearly is double dealing because Iran's pissed at them. Oh yeah, those UAE definitely made a deal. Saudi tried to make a deal, but Iran and Saudi don't like each other. Saudi does things that other Muslim countries, Arab countries don't like. Saudi is the guardian of the Holy Land, and they allow foreign troops on Saudi soil. That's not permissible. If you read the Quran, you cannot have foreign military soldiers in Saudi Arabia. It's completely impermissible. It's extremely offensive, in fact, because it's not like an interpretation. It says right in the Holy Book, no foreign military soldiers on Saudi soil. It doesn't say the word Saudi soil, it says the Holy Land or something along those lines. But in the Holy Quran, that's referring to Mecca and Medina, because the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, those were the sites he was either born in or traveled to. And so, in that regard, Saudi has caused a lot of problems, both under MBZ and under MBS, including the tensions with Iran, because of, specifically, American soldiers on Saudi land, which have been there since the Gulf War, which is, in fact, if you remember the mother of all press conferences, that's where we invaded Iraq from, both in the air war and on the ground, to protect Kuwait. Now, I'm going to show you, by the way, speaking of those Saudi vessels, here's footage of one of them on fire. This is the only footage I could confirm. All the other footage was from earlier in the war. I think this is actually, I did not see it noted, I think this is actually one of the Saudi boats that the Houthis hit. It was hard to find this. That's true, Chris. It was not a full invasion. I agree with you there. But we did use their soil, and it caused a lot of problems. So that's the only footage I can find of the boats that were hit off the coast of Saudi Arabia. All the other footage was actually of boats from the Persian Gulf, south of Basra, earlier in the war. Okay, now I'm going to show you footage from Ali Al Salam Air Base yesterday. It has been hit at least 3 times since this footage, maybe more. Okay, so that's Ali Al Salam Air Base yesterday. Now I'm going to show you more footage. This was yesterday, 18 hours ago. This is what they're not telling us. There have been a lot of hits. Now, last night, the U.S. began another round of strikes. They claim that they only were striking targets near the Strait of Hormuz. We were striking throughout Iran yesterday, okay? Now, in fact, we actually hit the Shala Meha border crossing, okay? I'm going to show you last night what happened. We hit a border crossing near Iraq and Iran and Kuwait.
برضه السلام يا زوار ابو عبد الله برضه السلام يا ابو عبد الله
هو هيك حد بيشلي خليت العرب تصرف.
Hello, good evening, good afternoon. Reporting, Grant Smith Ellis here. I'm giving you an update now from Keshem and Larak Island, where Fars News has reported multiple explosions near Soza village in Keshem Island, and then near Larak Island, multiple explosions have been heard. Please hold as I give you further information. I'm taking my lunch break so I can spend some time with Tower Girlfriend, but there are attacks that are at least explosions. I can't confirm attacks. Reported and confirmed by Fars News in Iran 17 minutes ago in the south of Iran near Keshem and Larak Island. Here's more footage from Kuwait yesterday. Hardly that smoke over the Ali Salam Air Base. Oh yeah, it is. You can see it. It's very hard to see unless you run this because it's like 480p. But you can see the smoke. You see the trail? That's the attack on the Ali Al Salam Air Base. That's a pretty large trail of smoke. Wow. That was today actually. That was 9 hours ago. That was 3:32 a.m. Now I'm going to show you what the border crossing between Iran and Iraq looked like after the American bombardment last night.
هذا برج الرادار الإيراني هذا البرج. هذا برج الرادار الإيراني هذا البرج. هذا برج الرادار الإيراني هذا البرج. هذا برج الرادار الإيراني.
Why are we bombing border crossings? What are we about to do? What do we think they're about to do? I mean, why are we bombing out border crossings? What is about to happen? They've been threatening to invade Kuwait. Here's footage from today, 9 hours ago in Iran, during the day, of ballistic missile launches from Karamabad. Too loud. Just music. No reason to play it. That's an Iranian ballistic missile launching from Karamabad earlier today. Iranian ballistic missile over the skies of Karamabad. Heading towards American bases. That's how fast the Iranian ballistic missiles travel in flight over Iran. They want their people to know. They want them to know that they're not just being attacked, that they're attacking back. And those things fly. That's going way faster than any plane, even the F-22 Raptor. That thing is going very fast. You're literally looking at one of the fastest moving objects in the atmosphere on Earth. You can't go faster than Mach 8 in the atmosphere because of wind resistance, no matter how you design it. So Mach 8 is the limit. Exothermic, you can go like Mach 15 to Mach 20. But in the atmosphere, Mach 5 to Mach 8 is the limit of, you can't move an object through the Earth's atmosphere faster than Mach 8. That thing is probably traveling like Mach 3 to Mach 5. It's an exceptional rate of speed. It would tear your body apart. You would not be, your body, no human on Earth, even the best trained fighter pilots could be inside that rocket. It would rip you apart. if it moved, and some of them can turn, and then it would also compress your vocal cords as a result in your throat from the G-forces, and you would not live. Now I'm going to show you. I'm going to have British reporter Tal read it out, then I'm going to show you the video. This is from Surik this afternoon in Iran.
Conversation. A video filmed by a civilian truck driver in Surik, southern Iran, near the Strait of Hormuz, showed the effects of one of the recent US military strikes. According to the video caption, the strike targeted several old barrels left in a remote area. The truck driver expressed surprise that what appeared to be long-abandoned tar barrels had been hit by what he described as expensive, precision-guided munitions. This is one of many examples of low-value sites being targeted in southern Iran. They also describe these strikes as evidence of the Trump administration's desperation in its quest to end the conflict. Naya.
Oh, that's terrible news. Mira Quintos reports that 2 civilian pilgrims at least died in the U.S. bombing on the Iraq-Iranian border crossing.
این تکه هایی که ببینید این وسط افتاده هست رو همبرگی رو نگاه کنید تا فاصله ای که زدن به دقیقا متر کنید چقدر متر میشه. خب رسیدیم به بشکه ها که به فاصله تقریبا تا اینجا شده 50 متر.
Kuwait's largest power plant has just been hit. Tiffany Bob, I just don't think it can. I think it would either tear apart or like wind resistance or air resistance makes it impossible. Even if you have a cone-tipped projectile, it would just break apart from the friction from the air resistance. Hello, Trelly.
رسیدیم به محل دپوی قیرها.
Yeah, I tend to think we're thinking of we either think that America is going to invade, Iran's going to invade Kuwait through Iraq, or we're trying to invade Iran through Iraq.
که یه موشک خورده اینجا. یه حجم عظیم از گودی که بر جای گذاشته این حجم موشک. آب گرفته، آبش هم بالا اومده.
Wow, now the Iraqi-Kuwait border was hit by Iran today. This is not good. So Iran just retaliated right now and hit the border crossing between Iraq and Kuwait. Hold please. I'm going to show you the footage. So this afternoon, the Qatar was hit. The Al-Mura area was hit by an explosion, and the U.S. Naval Fifth Fleet in Bahrain was hit. Okay, now I'm going to show you footage from King Faisal Air Base yesterday, which I believe is in Jordan, of an Iranian strike. Yes, this is true. We were hit, yes. That's an Iranian strike on the American base in Jordan. Now I'm going to show you footage of the Iraqi. This is the Iraqi Prime Minister arriving in Tehran. The Iraqi Prime Minister, who was just in Washington, meeting with President Trump in the past few weeks, is now in Tehran. This is Tehran today. That's the Iranian military. By the way, that buffering's not you, it's the actual IRIB feed. So that's what it looks like in Tehran. Okay? Now I'm going to show you what the aerospace force of the IRGC did with President Trump's signature. This might be loud. So that's them, the IRGC ripping up President Trump's signature. Here's the Abadali port in Kuwait this morning, which was attacked by Iran. So Iran retaliated with its own strike on the border crossing between Kuwait and Iraq. This is the Kuwait-Iraqi border crossing this morning, this afternoon, hit by an Iranian strike in retaliation for the American strike on the Iranian-Iraqi border crossing last night. So that's the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border crossing. Hello, Bathwater Basin. How you doing? So that is the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border. And then here is an English captioned report of an Iranian journalist standing on the Strait of Hormuz. This is the man every day we look at giving reports from the Strait of Hormuz. Now you tell me if you sense this is some kind of escalation. This aired on Iranian TV. I translated it for you to the English.
بله، سلام به شما و سلام به همه بینندگان. امروز یک دست من مانند همیشه میکروفون است برای جنگ نرم و دست دیگرم سلاح گراگانوف. اینجا تنبه بزرگ است، جایی که وقتی می ایستی مسیر اقتدار و نظم ایرانی را بهتر و بیشتر در میابی، زیرا 3 جزیره تنبه بزرگ و کوچک و بوموسا به مسابقه 3 ناو هواپیمابر ثابت ایرانی عمل می کنند و به گونه‌ای قرار گرفتند در یک قوس که همه کشتی‌های جهان و همه ترددها را میتوان زیر نظر داشت. مانند من بسیاری این اسلحه و دیگر سلاح‌ها و تجهیزات لازم را بر دوش گرفتند و پاسدار مرزهای آبی میهن شده‌اند. امروز بسیاری از هرمزگانی‌ها و دیگر هموطنان هم به پایگاه‌های بسیج سراسر استان مراجعه کردند و برای خدمت در جزایر نازعات اعلام آمادگی کردند. گزارش بعدی را سعی می‌کنم از تنبه کوچک خدمت شما ارائه دهم. ممنونم که به این ارتباط توجه کردید. خدا حافظ.
He's never done that before. We watch his reports each day. There's something odd going on. Now I'm going to show you the Iranian IRGC video released this morning. Last night, American bases were targeted with Hajj Qasem Qadar Fatah ballistic missiles, the Bahwa winged missile, and the Shahid drone. This does have the song. It's the Iranian song, but I want to warn you, this is very loud. New song to begin, too. Never heard this before.
ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم يا حيدر
Hi, Pulsar. I also want to say special thank you to YouTube for featuring today's Breakfast with Towel coverage. It is 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time here at the War Desk in Boston. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. It is 7:10 p.m. in South Africa, 8:10 p.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 8:40 p.m. in Tehran, Iran, on this Thursday, July 23rd, 2026. You just saw the latest from the IRGC. Now I'm going to show you the latest statements from the Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi with English captions translated by yours truly.
نامه امنیتی ایران عراق هم پیگیری میشه.
بله مسلماً اون یکی از بحث‌های جدی ما هست. الحمدلله تا الان به میزان قابل
He's talking about his meeting today with the Iraqi Prime Minister.
قبولی اجرا شده. ولی خب لازم هست که توجه بیشتری هم بهش بشه. بعضی از نگرانی‌ها همچنان در بعضی از نقاط وجود داره.
Oh, I'm sorry. 8:40 p.m. in Tehran.
که امیدواریم که اونها هم رفع بشه.
در ادامه وزیر امور خارجه گریزی هم زد به برخی از حواشی سفر نخست وزیر عراق به ایران.
ایشون البته یه سفری به واشنگتن داشتن. طبیعی هست که دیدگاه‌ها و برداشت‌های خودش از این سفر به ما منتقل بکنه که امر عادی هست. ضمن که ما الان با آمریکا مشکل میانجی نداریم، به اندازه کافی این در بین ما هستن کشورهایی که این کار رو انجام میدن.
All of the F-22s just launched from JBER. Uh-oh. Joint Base. What's JBER? That's going to be Joint Base Elmendorf Richardson. Wait, what? All of them. All of them. That's pretty far away from Iran, but all of the F-22s left. So that's
تعادل پیام واقعا وجود نداره. مشکل نوع رویکرد آمریکا هست و اون رویکرد غیر منطقی و زیاده خواهانه و سلطه طلبانشون هست که خب با برخوردهای مقتدرانه از سوی ما مواجه شده و تا وقتی که درک نکنن که هیچ راهی جز احترام ملت ایران و احترام به منافع ملت ایران وجود نداره، به اصطلاح امکانی هم برای اینکه ما در این زمینه حرکت صورت بگیره خب وجود نخواهد داشت و این احتیاج به پیغام پسخام نداره. کافی هستش که در سیاست‌های خودشون تجدید نظر کنن.
با توجه که اربعین هم در پیش داریم، در مورد این هم ان شاءالله بحث خواهد شد با توجه اتفاقاتی که حالا دیشب هم شاهد بودیم.
اربعین یکی از موضوعات جاری ما هست. بحث‌های ما با دوستانمون در عراق از قبل شروع شده، هماهنگی لازم انجام شده. هر سال اون ستاد اربعین که وجود داره این کار انجام میده. امسال هم به همون ترتیب ما تجربه تشییع رو داشتیم که اضافه شد به تجربیات ما در اربعین. الحمدلله از نظر هماهنگی که بین مقامات امنیتی، مقامات اجرایی، مقامات تدارکاتی اینها وجود داره هیچ مشکلی نیست. من مطمئنم که امسال هم اربعین با شکوه گذشته برگزار میشه.
The latest from the Iranian foreign minister just a few hours ago in Tehran. So the government is still functioning in Iran. Now I'll show you the Ali Al-Salam base in Kuwait, which was hit. Okay, so you're going to see the structure right here in the middle go from fully white to hit. Right here. That was the hit in Kuwait today. I showed you the hit on the border between Kuwait and Iraq by Iran. Now I'm going to show you the confirmation from the Kuwaiti authorities. Go ahead, please.
Conversation. Statement No. 78. The official spokesman for the Ministry of Defense, Major General Saad Abdulaziz Al-Otaibi, stated that the Abdali border crossing was subjected, this afternoon, to an attack by hostile drones, which resulted in material damage, with no human casualties recorded, praise be to God. He added that the specialized teams immediately began, upon the occurrence of the incident, to handle it and take the necessary measures to secure the site, in coordination with the relevant authorities. The inspection and disposal teams affiliated with the land force have also commenced survey and securing operations, and the removal of drone remnants, in accordance with approved technical procedures, to ensure the site's safety and freedom from any hazards. The armed forces affirm their continued performance of their missions and duties with high efficiency, within the framework of ongoing readiness and constant preparedness, to protect the nation's borders and preserve its security and stability.
So that was the latest from, pardon me, the Kuwaiti Army. You will be able to, I just want to say Chaban Lin, you're so wonderful. God bless you. You're doing wonderful things, sending you positive vibes at work. Hi, Shane.
Conversation.
You're wonderful.
Translated from Arabic.
Here is the latest update from Israel today.
Translated from Arabic. The specter of Iranian missiles returns. Israeli settlements open their shelters in anticipation of escalation. Several Israeli settlements announced the opening of all shelters amid rising fears of an Iranian missile launch during the weekend holiday, despite no changes issued in the instructions from Israel's Home Front Command.
Okay, so that's important to keep in mind. Something I am monitoring very closely. This on the wing of the drone, by the way, this image, it says, "To the health of all Iranians, especially the Japanese in Nizamabad, heavy riders, eternal executioners, late souls with hijabs, without hijabs, and all the good and bad children of Hazrat Sayyid Ali Ruhi La Al-Fada." Okay? Now I'm going to show you scenes from outside of Russia, where an Su-57 fighter jet crashed near Moscow with the pilot ejecting safely. I don't know why this Su-27 went down, 57 went down in flight, correction, but it did, and there's the proof. That was earlier today in Moscow, Russia. Brent oil, for its part, has just hit $100 a barrel. President Trump 4 hours ago had this to say about the Houthi attack overnight. A year ago, the United States of America attacked very powerfully the Houthis for their interference with commerce and trade by shooting at ships. Since that time, and during our conflict with Iran, they have acted very responsibly. Unfortunately, now the Houthis are starting up again, shooting at 2 Saudi Arabian ships last night. Please let this truth serve to represent that if the Houthis do this again, the U.S. will hold Iran responsible in that the Houthis are a surrogate and or proxy of Iran, and major military punishment will be inflicted upon Iran and, of course, the Houthis themselves, who I am very disappointed with in that they have, until now, acted very professionally and smart. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. The Houthis are probably like, is he legitimizing us on the world scene? He did that to Hezbollah too, and then all of a sudden Hezbollah stopped firing at Israel. So, I don't know, maybe it works. Maybe it does. Alright, now let me show you the update since when we've been live, okay? And then we'll be ready for me to go eat lunch, and then I'll come back with you if all hell breaks loose. Well, I'll be there for you no matter what if all hell breaks loose, but, you know, I want to hang out with our girlfriend, and I'm a town. Alright, so let me show you what's come in since we went live. Hold on, please. Alright, here we go. Okay, so, I showed you that. I showed you the update. Okay, now, this is Kuwait. Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what the Israeli Prime Minister had to say in remarks earlier today.
Conversation. Israeli PM Netanyahu. I went to see Trump right after the election, and I came there with 7 big slides. Slide 1, Slide 2, Slide 3, Slide 4, here's what we're going to do. Not, are you allowing us or not allowing us, here's what we're going to do. I told him. And we get to the last slide, and I say, here's what I'm proposing to you. You have B-2s, these huge bombers. There's a site called Fordow. If we need to, we'll act against it ourselves too. But it's much more effective if you come and simply drop your heavy bombs there. He listened, and in the end he joined. And I was very glad. Israel-US alliance is weakening.
Well, that's not what he said.
Netanyahu's recent statements
That's
about
what
reducing
someone else
dependency on the US aligned perfectly with his statements on February 22nd, where he announced a secret hexagonal alliance with India, Greece and Cyprus, and Indian PM Modi flew to Israel 3 days later.
Okay, British reporter tell. Then Mr. President Trump told Channel 12 in Israel 1 hour ago, I'm considering a massive attack, bigger than anything in the past. I'm close to making a decision. Okay. Then this was Statement 79 from the Kuwaiti Army just 50 minutes ago. Go ahead.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. Statement No. 79. The official spokesman for the Ministry of Defense, Brigadier General Saad Abdulaziz Al-Otaibi, stated, the Abdali border crossing was subjected, this evening, to repeated targeting by hostile drones, which resulted in material damage, with no human injuries recorded, praise be to God. He added that the competent authorities immediately commenced, upon the occurrence of the incident, taking the necessary measures and handling the situation in coordination with the relevant authorities. The armed forces affirm their continued execution of their missions and duties with high efficiency, and their adoption of all necessary measures to protect the homeland's borders and preserve its security and stability.
So that was the Kuwaiti Army 50 minutes ago. This was the report from Fars 44 minutes ago. I don't know who is striking who, but
Conversation.
here's the report.
Translated from Persian. Sound of explosion near Keshem and Larak. Minutes ago, the sound of an explosion was heard in the south of Keshem Island near Soza village. Additionally, in the area of Larak Island, explosion sounds have also been heard from the direction of the sea.
Oh, God bless you, Shannon. I will relay your wonderful remarks of love to Tower Girlfriend, and I think some lunch is well called for. Now I'm going to show you more footage from the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border. Paulsar says, being born and raised in the U.S., I want the same sovereignty for my family's home countries, not puppet regimes we installed who brutally repress the people for our geopolitical interests. Certainly not going to argue with you there, Paulsar. Here's the impact on Kuwait's largest power plant, which is burning down right now. I don't really think that's an AI image. Someone seems to think it is. I think what it is a screenshot of a video. I don't think someone took a picture. I think it's a person taking a video and then it being screen capped. Let me show you a little more footage of the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border. Okay. Now I'm going to show you new footage from the American strike on the Iranian-Iraqi border that caused that retaliation. Oh, before I take you there, I'm going to show you the geolocation of the strike on that power plant, which someone thought was fake. It is not. As you can see, much like I thought, there is a person in a bus filming a video, and when you take a screenshot of a moving video, it's going to interlace frames. A lot of people think they're very good at detecting AI. What you need to do to detect AI is look to find out if there's other images from the same perspective or if there's a source video. And most likely it's screenshots of a source video if you see multiple angles. Furthermore, the geolocation of that strike in Kuwait was latitude 29 degrees 08, 49.74 north, longitude 48 degrees 07, 40.24 east. It destroyed this thing. I don't know what this thing is, but whatever the hell this thing is, it's destroyed. I don't know why they bombed this building or this parking lot. I don't know who the hell was there. I don't know what they're trying to destroy, but it's this, not this orange thing. The strike was this building, this parking lot. So whoever was in this parking lot or this building got hit in Kuwait, in the city of Mahbula. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on, but that's what happened. Now I'm going to show you the, this might be actually the source video. Okay, that's how you confirm it's not AI. So this guy clearly filmed multiple videos, but yeah, it's not AI. It's a dude in a bus. Which means he was driving, if I have the map right. 1 second. Oh, God bless you. It's water under the fridge, sending you positive vibes during your towel lunch. We more than hit our towel goal today, even though I forgot to set a new goal because I wanted to make sure that I spend some time with Towel Girlfriend during lunch. But I will be back later today if anything goes down. I want to go back just 1 second, though, to confirm that that man in the bus is driving along this road. He's probably back here at this point. He's about to go up here because he's looking. See how he's like, see how there's a turn here? Yep. So he's about to get up there. The video we watched is a little bit earlier in his trip, so it's off the map. Oh, no. Yeah, it's off the map, but you can tell he's about to take that turn up there. And he's coming up on the block where the strike hit. We didn't get the perfect shot, but we got the footage that shows enough to geolocate it. Now we're going to show you Shiraz. I'm going to show you Shiraz province in Fars, Iran, which for whatever, Shiraz in Iran, which shows random objects flying over the sky. I don't know what they are. I'm not in Shiraz, but they could be reconnaissance drones. Maybe they're aliens, but they're flying over Shiraz right now. It's nighttime there. Water under the fridge is the great protector of the Great Lakes to make sure that Iranians don't invade our precious water supplies and bodily fluids. Now I'm going to show you the Ali Al Salam Air Base in Kuwait. Footage from today, July 23rd, showing a massive impact on soldiers' housing. Oh God, what are we going to find out about this one? It shows 90, I'd say 70 meters worth of damage lengthwise, and I don't know, 20 to 30 meters across. Oh God. And now I'm going to show you what America did to the border crossing in between Iran and Iraq last night. And the report from Fars is that 2 people were killed and 11 injured. A passenger terminal at the Salamanca border crossing was targeted. Iraqi media also reported an attack on the Iranian police rest area at this crossing. Here's the source footage.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله نربو السلامة أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله نربو السلامة.
Okay, you are now fully, whatever is about to happen tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you are fully caught up. I've updated you on every strike over the past 2 days. There is no one in the world better suited than you for whatever happens next to be prepared to interpret. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Here's what Dolphin is reporting. They're normally pretty accurate. British reporter Tal, go ahead.
Conversation. Translated from Persian. 2052, 1st of Mordad. The likelihood of a sudden escalation of conflict in the coming hours has become more serious. Brushing the dust off the Middle East will be the collective strategy of Iran and the resistance.
Okay, now we have a statement from IRGC through Fars from 2 hours ago. Let's see what they had to say, and then I'm going to lunch.
Conversation. IRGC. We will no longer allow America to replace its oil and ammunition reserves with deceptive ceasefires and then resume attacks once again. The invading American army, which in its aggressions after the official resumption of war, made use of launching cruise missiles from its vessels in the Indian Ocean, with the end of its reserves. Yesterday, the missile of these ships resorted to using B-1 aircraft.
Oh, go ahead.
Conversation. Yesterday, the missile of these ships resorted to using B-1 aircraft flying from RAF Fairford Air Base in England. Every base that is used for aggression against Iranian soil is a legitimate target for us.
You're not going to attack England. If Iran attacks England, I will try a new food. No chance. That's what makes me think that there's a lot of bellicose rhetoric. You are not going to attack England. Do you know what? How are you going to do that? You might attack Cyprus. There's a base there, but not England. What are you going to do? Fly the missile over Spain and be like, Spain, look the other way. You go celebrate the World Cup? No, I'm not being facetious, but they're not going to attack England. If that, I've analyzed everything in this war. That is so far outside the realm of possibility that if it happens, I will eat a new food, and I don't like new foods. I'm on the spectrum. I stick to the same routine every day. All right. God bless you all. Thank you. Yes, if Iran attacks England, I will eat a vegetable. I've eaten like some tomatoes. I mean, tomato sauce. I had an apple one time, like a slice. It was okay. A green apple. One time I had a clementine, like a slice. It was okay. I didn't hate it. Let's see, what else have I had? I think I had a smoothie one time at Bread and Circus in like 1996. I didn't like that very much. It was a blueberry smoothie. It was kind of gross. If you were around for Bread and Circus, the supermarket, then you know what I'm talking about. I went over to the juice bar. I was only like 7. I remember it to this day, and I was like, no, I don't like blueberry smoothies. So anyway, if Iran attacks England, I'll eat a fruit, because that's just not going to happen. I don't believe that. I don't know why they're saying that. That may be Cyprus, where there is an RAF base, but not England. Bad time to try vegetables. That's true. I won't be eating any Taco Bell lettuce. That's for sure. Professor Morandi, for his part, one of the Iranian delegation members, said the UK embassy is closed and France embassy has now evacuated all staff from Tehran. And then Professor Morandi says they should evacuate Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Bahrain, and probably Oman immediately. All right, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Let me show you the I-24 report in Hebrew before we get out of here, because this is what's on the tip of everybody's tongue right now. I don't know what's coming, but I'm going to eat before we go, and I'm going to do Tippecanoe and Tyler too before we go as well. This is in Hebrew with English captions.
נכון, מיכל. אז הנשיא טראמפ אומר בשעה האחרונה לרשת אקסיוס שהוא שוקל מתקפה שתהיה יותר גדולה מאשר המתקפה הקודמת, כלומר ממבצע זעם אפי, כפי שכינו אותו האמריקנים, מבצע שאגת ארי, כפי שכינו אותו הישראלים. הוא לא מדבר בוודאות על האפשרות שישראל תצטרף, הוא אומר, אם נבקש, ישראל תבוא לצידנו, אבל ההגדרה הזאת של טראמפ, שבה הוא מדבר על אפשרות למבצע הרבה יותר משמעותי מהפעם הקודמת, מתחברת אולי לאיזה דיווח היום שמופיע ברשת פוקס, בתוכנית האהובה עליו, פוקס אנד פרנדס, ששם מפרטים את התחנות כוח המרכזיות של איראן, את רשימת היעדים האפשריים, למתקפה גדולה מאוד מצידו של טראמפ. אבל צריך גם לומר את האמת, בשבוע האחרון ראינו עליית מדרגה מצד האמריקנים, גם נגד הגיוון ביעדים, וגם נגד המקומות שבהם הם תוקפים, וגם ראינו שימוש במפציצים, כפי שדיווחנו הבוקר. בכל הקשור למשא ומתן צריך לומר, האיראנים כרגע מסרבים לשפר את ההצעה שמונחת על השולחן, שהם הניחו על השולחן כפי שדיווחנו השבוע. הם לא נותנים לאמריקנים הצעה טובה יותר. כלומר, יש דיבור, כפי שגם אמר טראמפ רוביו בעצמו היום, אבל האיראנים לא משפרים את ההצעה, ולכן המסלול הדיפלומטי כרגע חסום. ראש הממשלה נתניהו צפוי מחר לערוך דיון ביטחוני מצומצם, עם שרים ועם ראשי מערכת הביטחון. כמובן, בישראל באמת, כמו שיוסי אמר, היו רוצים לראות מערכה גדולה, מערכה נגד תשתיות, מערכה נגד הגרעין, אבל גם טוענים, עדיין לא ברור מה טראמפ יחליט בסופו של דבר.
So it's unclear. I think Benjamin Netanyahu also canceled his planned trip to America. There will be a security cabinet meeting tomorrow at 7 p.m. Israeli time. All right, I'm going to lunch. Let's do Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. This won't be a traditional ending because I expect to come back and something chaotic's going to happen. Here we go. Tippecanoe and Tyler 2 is where, for my dear friend Triple Bob, and to test my mental acuity, we list the U.S. presidents in order at the end of the stream. President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison, President Monroe, President Adams Jr., President Jackson, President Van Buren. 9, 10, 11, 12 is a little hard. It's like William Henry Harrison. Then I don't know 10, and then it's Tippecanoe and Tyler 2 at 11 and 12. So that's going to be Polk, then Taylor. Then it's going to be 13 is Millard Fillmore. Then Pierce Buchanan, Lincoln Johnson, Grant Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How you like them apples? Were you able to keep up? How do you feel? Do you feel like you just learned a lot and then got bashed over the head with a list of U.S. presidents that was going so fast you couldn't see the pictures of them in your head before I moved on to the next name, and by the time you caught up with the name that was being said, we were 6 ahead in the list? I know, it's great, right? It's mental stimulation of the highest order. Anyway, if you want to buy me lunch, if you want to help this stream, we try to spread out the burden. Thank you all for your wonderful support. This was a news-covered stream. We talked a little bit about court case developments, but thank you all for your super chats. We've reached a super chat goal. Even though it happened a little bit after the amount of time that I said, because I planned to only go 2 hours. We instead went 4 hours. I don't want to neglect Towel Girlfriend. I love her so much. She's wonderful. She makes my heart sing. She's beautiful and wonderful. If you want to support this stream, though, the point of this is to educate, inform, and entertain you. 20% entertainment is a buffer for your brain from trauma. 40% education, 40% information, designed to educate, engender, coach, public discourse, and ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. Please don't donate if it would be a burden or force you to take away from other causes or family members or yourself that you need to support. But if you have the resources, if you want to spread it out, feel free to support the stream. I'm supposed to do this every 2 hours just as a way to remind people, but sometimes I don't. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. There's a Cash App, $Grant Smith Ellis. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. God bless all of you. Thank you for watching Towel News. You can find more from me, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Again, please don't donate if it would be a burden, but if you like what you see here, we try to spread it out. The point is to give people access who don't have resources to pay for other sources of news, and therefore by spreading out that burden, this service will perpetually remain free to access. Thank you to YouTube and all the wonderful people over at that service, and for hosting Towel News. I think you all are wonderful. God bless you for featuring this stream today. God bless you all. I'm going to pray, as I always do, for peace. I don't know what's coming, and I will have you all in my thoughts as I go to eat my chicken sandwich, and hopefully I don't end up trying any vegetables today. Someone asked if I thought if Iran struck the UK, would Russia invade Europe? No, I don't think so. I don't think either will happen. Russia can barely handle a fight with Ukraine, who's getting more powerful, Ukraine by the day, and Iran's not going to take on the entire country of Britain. It didn't work in the 40s, in the 30s, for someone else who was a lot closer. It's not going to work for Iran. In any event, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Paul Sar, Nunya, water under the fridge. You're wonderful. Nunya, Miss FAFO, Tiffany Bob, Chapman Lynn, Marsha, Elizabeth, it was so good to see you. Alfra, it was your question. It's good to see you. Penny, my dear friend, Rezaron, Mercatino, Silent Dogs. God bless all of you. Kanapi was here. How are you, my friend? You're also wonderful. Trelly, it was great to see you. Sweet Southern Honey, great to see you. Mishigama, my friend, you're so wonderful. Shannon, thank you so much for coming by. Oh, you're also wonderful. Tiffany Bob was here, as was Kofi, and Towel Chat Mom Bunny, and Towel Chat Mom Lynn, and Bo. Hello, Bathwater, you're so wonderful. I like to scroll back when I can. Bill Mayer was here. How are you, my dear friend? It was great to see you. Chris, thank you so much for hanging out with us. You're wonderful. You're all great human beings. Nurse of Interest, God bless you. Thank you for your support. Flower and Two Bear, you're so wonderful. And Dookie Lips, you're hilarious. How are you doing? Mercatinos, it was great to spend some time with you. Pat Ray, I like the opportunities when Kevin from South Boston, when I actually get to go back and say hello. Chat Mom Lynn, as mentioned, hanging out, sending you positive vibes at work. Classic Clippy, it was great to see you as well. Curb Your Corruption, I love your username. You're all wonderful. You all have a great lunch break. I hope we don't have to see each other again under intense circumstances, but if we do, we'll be there to witness the developments unfold together. Signing off from the War Desk in Boston, my name is Grant Smith Ellis with Towel News. It's 1:37 p.m. Eastern Time here in Boston. It is 7:37 p.m. in South Africa, 8:37 p.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 9:07 p.m. in Tehran, Iran. See you all very soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching Towel News. It is Thursday, July 23rd, 2026. Signing off just for now. Grant Smith Ellis. God bless you.